Hello, everybody. What's going on? That was really weird because I honestly thought for like the past 10 seconds my mic was muted. Oh, this stream is going swimmingly already. My goodness. Oh, what are you gonna do? But what's happening, everybody? How are you today on this beautiful Saturday morning? Or as beautiful as overcast sky can be on a Saturday morning, but you know, details. Also, I'm apologizing now because, like, legit, this is going to be probably one of my more scuffed streams, or the scuffiest stream that I've ever done. So, technical difficulties abound, most likely than not. Hey, Pika, what's going on? How are you today? How'd the test go? I remember you said you had a test going on for accounting, if memory serves me correctly. Hopefully that went good. Oh no! I'm sorry! Oh, that sucks, dude. Yeah, anything dealing with math can and will destroy you in some capacity, so... But that's unfortunate, I'm sorry. Hopefully it didn't destroy you too bad? Question mark, maybe? I tell you, I was not prepared for this stream. Let me start. Oh, it happened last time. Yeah, it happens. It's hard. I will say, just going through college myself, it's like, it is rough. Sometimes just trying to kind of get that work-life balance for your schoolwork and stuff like that. It also depends on the professor too, because, you know, you might get one that's like super strict, one that's more lenient. I mean, it depends. Yeah, it happens. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully it didn't hit you too hard though. As I can say from my own experiences, you can always catch up. You have to work your butt off to do it, but you can always catch up. Sorry, I have another chai tea. Today, like Saturday, chai tea Saturday seems to be my ongoing thing. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah, that's fair. Though, depending on what form of communications you're talking about, that's always been a fun course for me. Like, part of my degree, part of my studies was just for sociology, whatever you humans call sociologies around here, our equivalent. Definitely the study of people is something that I've always been interested in myself. Applications, are we talking about like computer applications? I imagine so. Computer apps. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. A part of me wanted to go into more computer courses back when I was in college, though I was more focused on just the people aspect of it and didn't think that the computer that I was really going to do anything super big in computers. I didn't have any idea what I was going to do, to be perfectly honest. So if you have more of a goal than I did, then more power to you, because that is rough. But yeah, like I said before, this is going to be a very scuffed stream. I made some like last minute changes here, as far as like how my cam is set up, how everything is set up. So I don't know exactly how things are going to go or how even long this stream's going to be, but it's definitely going to be something. Going to be doing a lot of some in-person things. Since today we are going to be opening some boxes for Magic the Gathering, because I haven't done that in a while. And I figure, I'm streaming now. Why not? No, you know what? That's fair. And the expectation that you need to know right there and then is a bit much. Because what was it? Like, I remember there was like a study or something basically saying that like 90% of the people who have a college degree barely use what their degree is for. So, I mean, it happens. So long as you can find something that you're able to do decent work on, you enjoy it, you enjoy to go to it every day, and it pays the bills, I mean, I think that's what most people can expect. If you can find a job that you absolutely love going to every day, that's a lot more rare, and I would much rather have that than anything else. It would just make like just the 9-to-5 grind a lot more bearable, you know? Financial analyst, okay, yeah. I mean, there's always a use for that type of work, I imagine. Anything finance related. Like, I know of a company that I work for, basically does like financial analysis. Now, I'm not sure to the degree of what you're doing, but our company kind of does. Like I said, they're a financial firm, so they kind of do everything from just like, you know, helping people with their budgeting and paychecks and all that other stuff, how to do salaries, stuff like that, helps them out with their taxes, etc. Basically, just giving like consulting advice for anything finance related for a business. So, I don't handle anything of that sort myself. I just talk to computers all day. Alright, so, don't know how this is going to end up being. This is going to be a really weird stream for me. But I'm hoping things are going to turn out well. So, let's go ahead and just cut the music real quick, even though I really like this music. God, Ben Briggs is super good. Highly recommend him. And let us head over to the other screen. Accounting clerk experience? Okay. No, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. At least you can get your foot in the door for certain things and just kind of work your way from there. So, I mean, what can you do? So long as you at least do something. I was fortunate. Give me a second. I'm just fixing my camera here real quick. Not this one. This camera is fine. Also, hi. This, just fixing my model camera there. Okay. There we go. I don't know why it's like moving around like it is. It's so weird. I don't know what else it could be picking up like behind me. I don't know. I don't know. Weird. But anyway. So, funny story. I ended up getting like a second camera to go and use as like the basis to have like to be able to see my desk here for the 2 boxes that we're going to be opening here. But the camera, granted, it was relatively cheap, but the camera, and like I bumped it, I poked it, and the camera like, nope, not gonna work. We're done. Can't do it. So I actually had to take my camera that you typically use for my model, and then switch it with the other camera, so that way it doesn't really have to move. So it's working relatively well, all things considering. But I mean, I don't know why my head's kind of like twitching around all that much. It wasn't doing that before. Granted, I don't know if that's because I'm actually streaming now or not. But, you know, whatever. So, for today's stream, totally something different. No games. Well, technically games. Card games. As I've said before in my intro, I am a huge fan of Magic the Gathering. I have been playing, for those of you who have played Magic the Gathering, or are playing Magic the Gathering right now, kind of a game that even though you get out of it, it never goes away. I've been exposed to it back during the good old Ravnica, I think it was the Ravnica block, the original one, from way back when? Like the first Ravnica block, not like the second or the third. The first Ravnica block. But yeah, I've been playing, like it was exposed to that, didn't really dive into it until, like, hilariously enough, near the second Ravnica block, which is like many, many moons later. I actually started playing officially with the Scars of Mirrodin Innistrad block, which I still say next to the block that came afterwards, the Innistrad Ravnica, Return to Ravnica block, best block. Like, that was so much, I had so much fun that block, but stories as we open stuff. But yeah, I have been playing since then. I've played Standard, I've done Modern. I haven't really done Legacy or anything like that. I've stopped doing Modern because I just I didn't feel like just investing that much into Modern. Plus, the decks that I play were kind of jank. Granted, probably why I lost all the time. But there were definitely some fun decks that I ran that actually were somewhat effective, so. And also, I'm not necessarily the best Magic player either, so, I mean, details. But I do play primarily Commander, and I have not played a game of Commander in, like, ever. Like, since things happening in the world, I have not played a game of Commander. But I've been collecting cards. For when that day comes, I will be able to. I'm thinking, if I can find some VTubers that actually play Magic and play Commander, I could get a game or some games going on and have that be like a regular thing. I would love that. Just to be able to start playing again. And hopefully have a much better setup than I do right now, because holy crap. Like I said, I had to do jank to make this work. There was a couple of things or items that I could have picked up that I didn't think to pick up. So I'll know to do that for next time. But yeah, like I said, I want to make sure, I actually want to have like a proper stream where I have everything from like the top down. This is kind of a top down, and you can technically see my hands. Hello, I have gloves on. You can technically see my hands and stuff like that. So I think this will be relatively good. But, yeah, so we're basically going to be opening these 2 boxes here. I'm super happy that these came in, because I was, my local game store was basically like, yeah, with everything going on, Wizard of the Coast been saying that the boxes might come in late for some places, so, you might not get it the day of, which, surprisingly enough, everything came in, and they had, like, full shipments of all their boxes and everything they ordered, so. which was kind of good and bad because when I got everything and I sat down, I was kind of like, I could probably had more time to do my setup, but I wouldn't want to have like postpone the stream and then basically like spend most of the day or just like have these boxes just sitting here on my desk waiting to be open. I'm like, no, I play gacha games for Christ's sake. Hold on. Let me do a quick thing real quick, and then we will actually get to opening these guys. Hold on a second. Yeah, my whole desk setup right now is like super weird. Actually, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm trying to get everything situated here. Yeah, like you see my keyboard kind of like all the way in like in the corner over here. I don't know if you can see my hand. So like I said, my whole setup is really jank. Um, probably should have planned this a little bit better, but I've been busy this week. So let's go ahead and actually go through opening these boxes. We're gonna start off with this guy over here, number right. But so for those of you who's been kind of out of the loop, or who's never played Magic the Gathering at all, basically this set has like outside of just the regular booster packs. And so yes, number right. Right's a number. The right number. But this particular set has a bit of an interesting setup to where they had it with like old sets to where outside of like the rare, like the super rare cards, which are like mythic, which are called mythics, they are actually have these special cards, which you'll see them in every pack that have like special designs on them, which are basically like reprints of old instances of sorceries. Since of course this is Strixhaven, the School of Mages. I mean, this set is literally like made for me. Come on. Yes, number right and number left. But yeah, so each of these packs are going to have at least one of these special archive cards, which I have a couple that I'm hoping to go and get, but we'll kind of see what happens as we're going through these. And I will, for those of you who are not experienced with anything Magic, I'll be happy to answer any questions or anything like that. Fun times. Okay, so yeah. This is something I'm going to definitely have to go get used to with this level, but it's okay. It's okay. Hey, Clydale, what's going on? Welcome into the stream. How you doing today? And Growth Spiral, I think I remember seeing the artwork for Growth Spiral. It looked really good. Like next to that and like Teferi's Protection was another one. That's one card I definitely need because I actually need them for a couple of my EDH decks. But there isn't too many of the commons and uncommons. I'm more going for these for like the rares and stuff like that. But let's see. So we have a Biblioplex. Oh, gotta put this up here so that way you guys can better see. So Biblioplex Assistant, infused with Vitality. I think I remember this card. Oh, it gives Death Touch and then when it gives Death Touch and such. Relic Sloth. Yeah, Relic Sloth. That's what it said. Also, I love the artwork on these. Like, come on now. Like, this one is really... Oh, hold on. Getting used to this. Stonerise Spirit. I really like the artwork on this one. Is that a raven? Or no, that's an owl. That's an owl. That looks cool. Exile a card from your graveyard and the target creature gains flying until end of turn. Interesting. Okay. More for a draft, I'm assuming, but still. Frost Trigger, when it enters the battlefield... Tap target creature opponent controls. Doesn't have tap turn snap. Okay. First day of class. Oh, I remember that one. Charge through. Hunt for specimens, which just creates a pest. The pest tokens are interesting, though. It's kind of cool to see a bit of a different take for some tokens and stuff that actually gauge you life and actually has effects tied to them. Have a few doing good. Super Dicky Strixhaven. Have a few EDH decks and need some Strixhaven cards for. And the red white EDH deck. Yeah. The red white EDH deck is like whoever designed it, that one, bravo, because red white needed some serious love. Like serious, like especially like the one that from the commander they have in the main commander in the EDH deck, along with the one that you get out of the set, the I forget what his name is, but the one that's like whenever a creature dies while he's in play, it comes back as a spirit token with haste and it's a +1/+1. It's like it's so like what? It's so dumb. I love it. Ooh, Golem Tribal? Like what are you thinking? Like a Golem Tribal deck? Because you can do some dumb stuff with some golems. Especially with God, what's the name of the grinder, the Helix grinder, the one red goblin that lets you copy spells for all targets when you target a creature, something like that. Yeah, I'm kind of. There's a couple of cards that elemental summoning. That's not bad. There's a couple of cards that I'm looking for. Like I haven't gotten any of the commander stuff, to be honest. None of them super interest me outside of like the Silver Quill one, which Silver Quill's best college. Like, it's black white. Black white's my favorite 2-color combination, so it's like it had to happen. Oh, okay. So using the red white golem to create a golem tribal commit, that's legit. That's legit. What was the? Are you referring to the one that when? Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm probably wrong. Are you talking about the one from the commander set that basically gives all artifacts haste, and then you like deal damage to be equal to like the amount of tapped artifacts that you have? Is that creature a golem? I don't remember if that's a golem or not. Show of confidence, okay. Oh, reconstruct history. Definitely a card that I was looking to go and get for myself for my artifact deck. So we're going to put that one to the side. Being able to get an artifact, like enchantment, an instant, or sorcery, a planeswalker card from your graveyard, that's good. Plus, look at the artwork on that. You guys can see that, right? Yeah, artwork on that's really good. That's another thing. This game has really good artwork. Okay, so first rare is Tempted by the Oryx. 1 and 3 blue for sorcery, and then for each opponent, you gain control of up to one target creature or planeswalker that player controls with mana value 3 or less. Interesting. And then Revitalize is the card. So this is the card that I was referring to here. So basically, each pack is for those of you like say who don't play are gonna have like one of these like full art spell cards here. And the artwork's not really bad on these, if I'm being honest. Okay, now that it's in view. It's not bad. Like, there's a couple of them that I really hope that I can get, but, you know, details. Alright. And then we'll just put the token over here. We'll make a little rare pile over here for all the good stuff, and then we'll sleeve them afterwards. Kind of reason why I have these gloves on. Alright. Next pack. Yeah, we got a lot of these. We're gonna have to go through. Actually, let's start clearing. I'm gonna start making room here. Okay. But it's not bad. Yeah, if I had a choice, like the Mardu commander, the dual-faced red-white, the black-white with the red-black on the other side for the spell, I want to get him. Silver Quill the Dragon, I definitely want to go ahead and get if I have a potential, especially the full art one, because that even if I might not make the commander, is gorgeous. Like, Ink Dragon just it's designed so well. Yeah, that's what I thought. That wouldn't be bad for golems, and with the golems, they're typically 3/3, so they'll give you a little bit of extra power. Plus, it's just something different. Though, yeah, I guess there is some golem support. Because you have Bosch and then, like, a few others. I'm pretty sure there's, like, some other golems. Like, hey, speaking of golems, there's a golem right here. which gets you a basic land. So you could just do stuff like this. Let's see. Tangle Trap. Leech Fanatic. Combat Professor. Oh, hold on a moment. I'm sorry. I was supposed to have music on. Give me a second. I was just so excited to just finally open these packs and I forgot about the music. Let me know if that's too loud. At least I have something in the background going. Yeah, there we go. But let's see. Combat Professor. 32 deck challenge. Now, is this just going to be for EDH, one for each color, or just for just in general? That, like, I would, if I had enough funds to pull that off, and just like enough commanders that I would love to do that. Oh my god, that'd be so much fun. Yeah, fair. Favorite commander? If I had a choice, it's because, here's the thing. So, I don't have so much a favorite commander as I do have a favorite deck, which the commander changes, but the base of the strategies changes. Like, I have a Legacy-esque Reanimator commander, which I've gone through having 3 colors. I had it 4 colors. I've had it 5 colors. And the commander's always changed. It's currently, right now, Esper, which is probably my favorite 3-color combination. It's actually Aminato the Fate Shifter. So if I had to say a favorite commander, it'd probably be her. So Creepy Child. But like because when I was building that Reanimator deck, I had I based it off of this guide. The name of the username escapes me a little bit. It's like Darren something, but he/she, I don't know. But they had a whole primer on Aminato and how you could abuse it in like a Reanimator setting. So like I built that deck and it's like a combination of like that, like reanimating giant stupid creatures super early. Oh, Fracture, that's a good card. That's definitely one that I wanted for myself. Look at that. That's really cool. That's some good artwork. But yeah, so like it's like I said, it's a Reanimator / Super Friends deck. Granted, there's not many of this Planeswalkers in it, but like she could do some. You can build it to where the version that I'm doing is a lot more toned down, but you can have her do some really degenerate stuff. Oh hey, Killian. I was debating on whether or not I wanted to make a deck off of him or not, but as like a Voltron type commander. But I don't know. Still kind of on the fence about that, but yeah. Bit of a decide. Experimental growth is the rare here. So until end of turn, so XX for and a 2 green for a sorcery until the end of turn. Double the creature's power. X. Oh god. I remember seeing this card. That's dumb. Oh my god. That's kind of dumb. I don't have a deck for that, but I kind of want to use that somewhere. And then Duress is the... Oh, that's pretty. Like, this is some really good artwork. Holy crap. Nice. Kits. I don't know if I want to use this or not anywhere, but geez, that's pretty good. Hey, friendo, what's up? How you doing? Yes, it is a card. There's many. Like, I have this box. And then I have... Hold on, I have to grab it. I have this box. So, I have a lot of boxes I have to go through, so there will be a lot of cards. Oh, please don't tell me work is being a pain. Please. Please don't tell me you're getting, like, bombarded during the weekend. I hope not. If you are, I'm so sorry. Like, that sucks. And a Spirit Token. But beyond the work being work and stupid, hopefully your day is going good. Okay, so you're just catching up with stuff. Got it. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I'm sorry that you have to do that, but I mean, if you can get it done, then you gotta get it done. You're getting... They're playing... Again? Fredo, I think there's a lot of stuff for your job that, like, that they put on your plate that they probably shouldn't be given to you. But that's just me. I don't know. You already know my feelings on that stuff. And no worries, Pika, if you're lurking. As always, this is a lurk. This is like I always cool with you guys lurking if you so choose. If you're doing other stuff and things, go for it. We have some nice, comfy music. I'm just going to be opening packs and just talking about Magic this entire time. So we're going to have a good time. It'll be nice and chill. Into setup and then... Oh, joy. Really? I'm sorry. Well, hopefully beyond those, like, you won't have to do much else. Working on the weekend is just blah. Can we, like, eliminate that, please? I want to talk, you know what? I want to talk to my boss. I want to talk to my boss and see if we can just eliminate all this type of work on the weekends. I'm totally sure she'll be fine with that. Oh, boy. Inside jokes are fun. She doesn't have that type of power yet. Give her time. Give her time. Give her time, you'll probably be running the place. Yeah, I'm with you there. I wouldn't want to either. I'll be honest. Especially with the way they have things at the office, it's just ugh. Also, for those who are not in the inside joke, my friend don't actually work in the same place, so. Oh boy. But here's the hoping that she doesn't have to go ahead and... Technically, yes! Technically. Like, you have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, like, I go through, like, so much abuse when I'm at the job and things like that. It's horrible. It's horrible. No. we give each other so much shit, but it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. I think if we didn't give each other shit, I'd be more worried than anything else. Plus, it actually gets us through the entire day. I mean, if you were able to go and find the world's smallest violin, more power to you. Like, what would the world's smallest violin look like? Would you actually be able to find one that's like the size of like a pea, like that one, and be able to play it without breaking it? Could you imagine? I'm just kind of going through all of these a little bit. Secret Rendezvous. This card is so weird because I'm glad that White's getting more card draw. But at the same time, it's kind of like, do we have to give the cards to everybody else? I mean, it makes sense. It fits in White. Just more camaraderie and stuff like that. There's probably ways you could play around with it. So, I don't know. Like, some direct card draw for them would be nice. But that's just me, though. Oh. Well, I just got a bit of a sneak peek of what the next card's going to be, and I'm going to be happy with that. First Mythic. First Mythic is the Dragon. Oh, boy. Shadrick Silverquill. Like, even the regular version of this, the artwork on that is just so good. Just giant ink dragon, just kind of like with like this little dark mist coming through the background and such. It's just so nice. Like, I'm tempted to make a deck around it, but I already have a black-white deck that I love, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. But we got a rare this time. It's Urza's Rage. What's this? I haven't seen this in a while. Was it 2 in a red, a kicker for 8 in a red, can't be countered, deals 3 damage to any target, and then it was kick, deal 10 to a permanent or a player. Ooh, okay, not bad. I mean, not the greatest card in the world, but still, I'm probably sure I can find a place for that. Oh, that's not a token. I'm sad now. Now, if I can go and get the freaking, like, the full art version of that through these, I will be content. I probably won't, but details. But yeah, if we're talking about commander stuff, I remember we were talking. Clyde had asked the question as far as like my favorite commander, and yeah, like I said, I'm out to the Fate Stitchers definitely. So like the fact that you could do like super degenerate stuff with her, like if you decide to build her, like there's like a super big combo that you can do with her, where like you could probably win like early as turn one. Like the way the deck was originally built, it's meant to be like a competitive EDH deck, but I toned it down. Even still, you could do stupid stuff like with 4 cards, you could exile like freaking 6 cards a turn if you so choose. It's really dumb. Like you can exile 6 permanents on the field, or like just constantly board wipe the field, or like there's just so much you can do with this deck, and I don't know. I've always been a fan of the reanimator strategy, and this kind of goes into me starting off with the Ravnica Innistrad block. The Ravnica Innistrad block. Technically speaking, I started with Scars and Innistrad, but original Innistrad. But I got exposed to the horror that was French Rites. And that deck made me cry because I was playing a mono green elf deck at the time, and Ellis-Nor happened at turn 3, and then everything died. And then your deck just doesn't work. But then I got to play the junk version, which is like the first deck that I like saved up for to actually be able to get stuff for. So hey, look, we got a commander. I'm gonna put the commanders to the side, just so I can have it in case I decide I want to build something with it. What's this one? 8Ks, enter the battlefield, put a 1-1 counter on target creature, and then whatever creature you control with counter on attacks, lose 1 life. Oh, that's not bad. I mean, for 5, it's eh. There's a lot of hoops you have to jump for the card, but that's just me. Okay, so you see, Clyde, you understand what I'm talking about. Frights was amazing. Like, that was such a fun deck. Even the junk version of it was just so good, and then the horribly Jake... The horribly Jake 4-color version with Sire of Insanity. You just play that turn for and you just in top deck mode for the rest of the game. But then your top decks are better. Oh my god, I had so much fun. Like that deck was so much fun. But then when that rotated out, when I got to EDH, I like strived to try to recreate that deck in some capacity, and that's been like a project since then. So the deck has constantly changed. The strategy's pretty much stayed the same, just dumping stupid creatures. This version right now is just the Esper version, but I'm always looking for others just to kind of get that like that hits like all those notches just right. But yeah. I will say, like I said, Amadatu is probably my favorite version of the bunch so far. Being able to like go infinite with it if you so choose, like the power levels that or just do just stupid stuff as well. So the one we got this time is Dragon Guard Elite, which is kind of funny because the promo, I got the full art version of that. So this is copy number 3 of Dragon Guard Elite. I have 2 of these from that, so that's not bad. And then our archive card is a Brainstorm, which is not bad. Ooh, I like that one. That's not bad. I like how you probably can't see what the color quality, but the colors of the blue shades of blue and stuff that they do with these archive with this particular card is nice. Oh, okay. Fun flavor text. Infinite ideas flow through the multiverse, waiting for an open mind. That's legit. Kind of like the magic show that kind of like going on in the background too. It is a shiny, yes. And I have so many more shinies I have to go and try to pull from here. This is like, what, pack 4? Maybe 5 now? Also, let me know if either myself or the music's too loud. Because, like, for me right now, of course, it just hears fine, but I don't know if you guys hear anything differently or not. So, yeah, we can just kind of speed through these a little bit. Like, there's not too many commons and uncommons that are here that I'm super a fan of. Though, to be fair, I haven't had a chance to really, like, look at the set in its entirety. Though, just based on some of these commons and uncommons, like, I can imagine that the draft version of this is just going to be really fun. God, I haven't drafted in a while. I think the last time I did a draft was War of the Spark? That was a fun draft. War of the Spark was a fun draft, not gonna lie. Like, I remember pulling, what was it? Finale of the Black Finale on one side, and then, Godfair, and then, and then Nicol Bolas. And this, which, despite the fact that he costs as much as he does some work, and I actually won using his ultimate during a game. It was really fun. Oh my goodness. Oh, practical research. Draw 4, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant sorcery. I think it didn't cost as much as I actually used that. Oh, conspiracy theorists. Whenever a conspiracy theorist attacks, you may pay 1 and then discard a card. If you do draw a card, whenever you discard 1 or more non-land cards, exile 1 of them from the graveyard, you may cast it this turn. Interesting. Strategic planning is the shiny this time. God, this art's so good. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in your hands, the rest in the graveyard. Why did I decide to put this into my Aminato deck? That actually seems really decent in my Aminato deck. I'll have to see if I can find room for that. Oh, foil campus guide. Clyde, I wish I could send this over to you. I don't know if you're using this gold for your gold tribal deck, but this would be perfect, I think. Alright. Put the foil over here. That is not what I expected an Inkling token to look like, but there you go. Though I do like the fact that the Inkling tokens are like black-white. So you can do like stupid shenanigans with like Teza. Original Teza, not like Teza Karlov. Yes, all the shinies. And plenty more where that came from. But yeah, I'm constantly like going through like all my EDH decks. Like I think it was not last weekend, the weekend before that. I like went through it, like rehauled a lot of them. I have currently active right now 4 commander decks. My Aminato deck, which is Esper. My Teza Karlov deck, which was originally Teza Orzhov Scion. Still debating on which one I'm going to go with. Though Teza 1.0 is actually still really good. And probably benefits a lot from this set. Again, the Inkling tokens being black as well as white. I have a Brea deck, which is basically just 4-color artifact. Personally, if I didn't have to use Brea, I would use somebody else, but the fact that she makes tokens is what helps. And I wanted an excuse to be able to use all my favorite, like, Planeswalker cards that deal with artifacts. Agent of Bolas Tezzeret is, like, being able to burn the crap out of everybody with Tezzeret Agent of Bolas is fun. Which I have had a game where I was able to pull that off twice and kill the table with that. It's so good. Oh, another conspiracy theorist. It looks like we might have a foil. Nah, that's just another card. Conspiracy theorist again. Oh, we have an op this time. That's not bad. Though personally, I prefer the God, what set was that from? Kaldheim? No, not Kaldheim. The one that came before Kaldheim. God, the name escapes me in the world. The one that was more fairy tale focused. Like, that one, like, that opt was awesome because it had, like, the spell book and, like, an ethereal blade mix in with it. So, very, very fairy tale oriented, which I thought was really good. I would like to get this card, foil card, thank you. Oh, look at Pest. Oh, look at him. You're an adorable monstrosity, aren't you? Oh, boy. I said he was an adorable monstrosity. I didn't say... No, don't kill him. He's not doing anything. He's just hanging out. He is a good boy. No, not with fire. It's okay. Don't listen to her. You're still cute. In a horrifying way, but you're still very cute. I said he was so horrifying. He can still be cute. So far, I've gotten a good portion of the card. Although, one card that I will say that I really would like to get, and I hope I do, is the, God, what's his name? I hope I get the Mardu Commander. Exis, I believe the name is called. Like, that is on my top of my list. Like, I hope I could get at least a copy. I'm debating whether or not I want to go and get, like, make a deck out with that for my Orzhov deck. And it plays in my Orzhov deck, at least. But beyond that, so I have my Orzhov deck, token deck, or in this particular case, death deck. Brea, my Reanimator deck, and then my Spellslinger deck, which is actually a partner deck. It's Karak and then Sakashima, which I funnily named dual cast because you just you double your spells. So, and I'm a huge fan of Final Fantasy 14, and my mage's red mage, so dual cast. Play all of the spells and then copy them for shenanigans, which I'm hoping there's a couple of cards. So, asked and you shall receive. Well, I think I just won there. Yeah, as I was saying, I was like, this is the card I was like hoping I was going to pull. I was like, yep, okay. Oh, that's funny. Wow. Okay. I will possibly looking for building around this if I decide to do that. Need more of Dat Hag. I think, what card was Dat Hag? I remember you told me there was a story around that. Ooh, Adventurous Impulse looks pretty cool. Dat Hag. Okay, so it was Eric was the one that said that. Got it. Oh, look at Fractal Token. That's kind of cool. I like how the fractals look. Oh, okay, got it. Dat Hag. I mean, I think the funny thing is, I think there is like a Hag card with Hag in the name. So, technically speaking, I could get Dat Hag. Technically speaking. Well, right, I know there is actual card, but I'm talking about like in the set that I'm opening right now. I think there is a, like there is one. There is a Hag, or something related to a Hag, so. Well, I've already gotten like 2 of the cards that I wanted, so we're already winning. Spiteful Squad. Test example. Early Discovery. Waterfall. Total Shredder. Oh, look at the puppy. That. Professor's Warning. Combat Professor. Elemental Summoning. Going into the last 3. Snow Day. I love the flavor text on this card. It's like, Advanced Elemental Manifestation is canceled until all students have been thawed. Oh, that's funny. If only. Emergency Sequence. Okay. What's the rare? Oh, nope, we're not there yet. And the rare is Manifestation Sage. Whenever it enters the battlefield, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, and then put X 1/1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards in your hand. Okay, that's not bad. And then the archive card this time, Divine Strike. Okay, that's not bad. That's really cool. Wonder what this creature is. What is this a reference to? For 12 days and 12 nights, Somat assailed the monster's shell. On the 13th morning, it cracked with the dawn. Neat. Wonder if that's reference to anything from one of the other planes. Boop. Alright. gonna lie, this is fun. Like, normally, like, I would just, like, speed through opening these packs if I was just doing this on my own. But, like, being able to just, like, talk to everybody while I'm doing so, it is good. I will say this, though, this kind of goes into what I would like, possibly like to do, like, later on in the stream. But I wanted to see if I could use one of the commanders here and, like, actually try to, like, build a deck around it, maybe 2 of them. But outside of the Mardu commander, there isn't any of them that, like, super stand out. I mean, Shadrix, of course, is one. The red-blue dragon is stupid, and so is the green-black dragon, Elder Dragon. And then again, there's, like, the red-white spirit guy, which I hope I end up getting him, too, so... I don't know. Like, this set has, like, some really interesting commanders. But the commander decks didn't really have anything that, like, super thrilled me. Except for the Spell Harmonicon commander. Which, why? We don't need any more Spell Harmonicons. We don't need any Harmonicons. I mean, we do, because Jake normally happens when we have them, but still. And then, ooh. Okay, looks like we got some interesting stuff going on here. So, the rare is Mavinda Student's Advocate, which I can see this being super useful in one deck, in a deck, but not as a commander, personally. But that's just me. The fact that they're good in concept, but I wish it didn't have so many restrictions on it, especially in white. Like, come on, just throw white a bone. Claim the Firstborn is the card, and I think there's a foil behind this one. What's this do? Gain control target creature with mana value 3 or less until end of turn, untap it, and then it gains haste. Okay, neat. Oh, for some reason I thought this was a foil. The sheen tricked me. Ooh. I will say something interesting as far as like the music that I'm using here, copyright free. I'm super surprised that there isn't any like, what do you call it? There isn't any like little commercials or anything like their ads that are in it, because I was looking for different music for this, and I was like after every song there was just ads after ads. So I'm probably not going to use this one. I'll use it and just stick with this. Besides, I think this is a lot more chill. And I'm a huge fan of jazz music, so. Step of the Age, Pop Quiz, Twin Scroll Shaman, Spine Karak. But yeah, I will say this. This set's probably the one that I've been the most interested in since they spoiled it last year. Because like some of the other ones that they've had were just very, I don't know, just meh. If I'm being honest. Like I've got like a few cards here and there, but none of them just like stood out. Especially the one that came out last year, which I think is the one that introduced Mutate. The Mutate mechanic, which I'm not a fan of Mutate. Especially on a commander. Like, the concept is good in theory, but the fact that you have to go through all these hoops and then they could just, a simple, like, removal spell can, like, just remove all your efforts, just, eh. Okay, so Gnarl Professor is the rare for this one. 2 and a green. Whenever it enters the battlefield, learn. Okay, so that's not going to really do anything for commander, which makes me sad, but details. Ooh, Mana Time. I think I have a deck that uses Mana Time. Counter target spell, less controller plays one. I don't remember Mana Time being... Mana Time's white? I always thought this was blue. I mean, it makes sense, because... It makes complete total sense. I don't know, I always thought this was a blue card, but... And the foil is Necrotic Fume, which... Oh, so sacrifice a creature, and then... exile something. A creature or a planeswalker. Not bad, but... yeah. Foil go over here. Alright, let me get my little pile going on here. Hold on a second. We'll say that nothing super crazy out of these packs, but I mean, I'm getting everything that I want, so more than anything, that's all that matters. But yeah, my hope is if I have a chance and there's like other VTubers out there that actually play Magic and do Magic stuff, I would totally legit love to like get like a Commander game going on that we can go and stream for people. Like that would be a lot of fun. I definitely want to get a better setup than I have right now, just for, like I said, just getting something that's more a little bit more top down, rather than just the jank that I have set up here currently. But that's just me. But I'm assuming that since you're a VTuber, Clyde, if you're still here, if you happen to know anybody, please let me know. Would love to get some games in. Plus, I haven't played like Commander in almost a year. Makes me sad. Actually, over a year now that I think about it. And I think I do remember before things happened. I think I do remember taking like a short break. Okay, and then the rare for this one. Oh, almost. We're almost there. Auric Lord Mage. Tap, search your library for a card, put it into the graveyard, then shuffle. If it's an instant or sorcery, put a 1/1 counter on it. Interesting. Ooh! Tezzeret Gambit. That's not bad. See, if I was still running my Mizzix Spellslinger deck, this would be a perfect card for that. God, I miss playing Mizzix. That deck was just dumb. Like, everything about that deck was just dumb. I just hate the fact that it was just easily just disrupted by just, oh, hey, here's a removal spell, and now you can't play the game anymore. Oh, boy. It makes me sad. But I don't know. Maybe if my dual cast deck doesn't work, my red base deck doesn't work, I might decide to just go back to Mizzix. Especially with some of like the cards that's come out since like I built Mizzix, because I'm pretty sure I can make something stupid. God, this has been going on for an hour, and I mean, technically not an hour, more like 45 minutes. And I've only gone through like nearly half the box. My God. I'm sorry, I get lost in conversation. We're talking about Magic stuff. Though I will say this, though, I've been a little bit out of the loop, because like I don't really play Standard or anything like super competitive anymore. I just stick with Commander now, because like I just don't have the no. I mean, like when I was when I played competitively, I played Modern, and there was a couple of decks that I ran. Again, all which are more like jank and stuff. Like I remember running a really funny, a really interesting mono green. It was like mono green turbo, or yeah, mono green devotion, which used a combination of like Garruk Wildspeaker, the blue, the green blue, not Tameo, God. The mermaid from War of the mermaid planeswalker from War of the Spark, or Merfolk planeswalker from War of the Spark. The one that's like whenever a creature of 5 or greater power comes into play, you draw a card and then you can just tap. You can just untap a creature or a land with it. Like that. Like I played that deck with with the new War of the Spark card. And basically, we just lock people out turn 3 if the hands went right. It's so dumb. But I did stuff like that. Another Commander. What's she? So 1/2, pay 1 and tap it. Put a land on the battlefield from your hand, and then pay 4 and tap. Draw a card, and then if you control 8 or more lands, draw 2. That's not bad. Not bad. Oh, the rare. 1 and 2 green. for a 3/3 troll. As long as you control 8 or more lands, it gets +5/+5, and then spell. Okay, we're gonna have to look at that one. Choose target creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of that card until the turn, except those are art legendary if the chosen is a legendary. That's not bad for 5 mana. Kind of silly, kind of dumb. I can see where that one can be abused. And then Agonizing Remorse. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it or the graveyard, and then exile it, and then you lose 1 life. Oh, well, that's pretty good though. But outside of the Mono Green Devotion, I've played, and I'm going to go more recently, I've played 5-color Niv Mizzet, which I really wish I was a much better Magic player because I think I could have done wonders with that deck. That deck was dumb. Plus, it let me use like the best card of all time, which is Bring the Light. So funny story about Bring the Light. Like when it first came out in Zendikar Rising. Wait, Zendikar? Yeah, I think Zendikar Rising was the second Zendikar set. I could be wrong. Battle of Zendikar. I apologize. Like some certain names and stuff like that escape me sometimes. It's been a while, but yeah, Battle of Zendikar. I remember when that card came out for Bring the Light. Like that had so much potential for just some stupid stuff. So I ran like the first modern deck I ran was like 5-color Bring the Light deck that was basically Kiki was essentially like Kiki Cord, just to do the Kiki combo. From there I played. I was one of the degenerates that played an Eldrazi deck. To be fair, though, as dumb as that deck was, come on, like the deck was stupid. as much as that deck was just like the Eldrazi Winter and how chaotic that was, the Eldrazi deck was kind of fun. Oh my god! It's usually just like, especially like the black-white variant of it, when you had like the removal spells and stuff that went with it. It was just silly. Yeah, I think So 5 Kiki Core. That I think I did play. Oh god, what was the name of that deck? I don't know if it's still a thing right now, but it's like more junk related, or Abzan related. Collective Company. That was another deck that I played. I played Collective Company too. That was a fun deck. Just the fact that it had like a whole bunch of like little ins and outs and stuff like that. Ooh, Strixhaven Stadium. I can talk. By God. So 3, put a counter on it, and then when it deals damage, remove whenever a creature deals damage, put a remove counter. Oh right, this is like the interesting like win condition that you can have for like a token deck. I might put that in my artifact deck because of all the tokens. Eliminate, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Oh, well, there's a foil. With mana quality 3 or less. Interesting. And then Quintorius, Field Historian. I probably may not use this deck, but the foil does look very pretty if I ever decide to. Yeah, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 3/2 White Spirit. Okay. Put it back. There we go. But I have to ask, what's everybody up to? Outside of possibly working and things. Hopefully everybody's weekend's going good. Though outside of this, it's not going to be much going on for me, at least until I get clean. I cleaned my whole place. More so tomorrow than anything else because I was just prepping for today. Okay. But I will say, like, I am definitely like it has been some time since I've been like actively streaming, though I have done streaming in the past, just under a different name and title. it is certainly good to be doing that again. Kind of like giving myself a little bit of like a consistent schedule to kind of keep up with stuff, give me something to do. Because there was a point where like I had like a lot of free time. With everybody that's with my closest buddies being like relatively far from me, granted I can go visit, it's not like it was before when I was just literally like a hop, skip, and a jump away from them. I just had like ended up having like a lot of free time on my hands, so it's like having something to do or to work towards and things is kind of nice. Whether it be like working on stupid videos or like doing recordings or even streaming and such. But I do have like a bunch of games like I have lined up that I want to stream, and I'm like super excited to, especially when we're getting closer to like June, especially when we get to July, like end of July. Like that's gonna be a fun one. I can't wait until end of July. By the way, friendo, if you're still there, I might be taking off for a week. It's July. And I think you know why. Well, damn it. Thanks, friendo. I appreciate it. Ooh, attacking creatures you control have double strike. That's fun. I throw possibilities. Another fun one. But, oh, look, it's a cute pest. Go ahead. Go ahead, friendo. Hug its face. Hug it. Hug it. It just wants a hug from you, friendo. It just wants a hug. I'm probably going to pay for that at some point in time. Oh, boy. But, yeah, my plan for at least the month of July, since the Neo World Ends With You, which I finally got a chance to watch the trailer for that, because, I mean, you've been saying your justice will be swift for, like, the past, what, some odd years? I'm still waiting. Also probably going to pay for that one. But with Neo Worlds End With You coming out, and like, the trailer for that looks so freaking good. Like, I finally got, like, I almost forgot that it came out, which is, like, just bad for somebody who loves the series so much. I finally got to see it the other day, and I lost my mind. I think I spent, like, a half hour just, like, analyzing every little bit of it. Like, thinking about it now, I probably should have recorded that just to see my reactions and just to talk about it. Oh, that would have been perfect. Why did I think about that until now? God damn it. Yeah, I know. You're just waiting to strike. You're like, just walk one day, like, walk up one day. Everything's going to be fine, and then just, like, I'm just going to be, like, halfway across the room from, like, an explosion or something just going to be dropped on my head, or I'm going to get, like, kicked off a building or something like that. I don't know. One of those things. Probably will happen. But yeah, my plan, or at least my hope, if it works out schedule-wise, I kind of want to, like, take off the week that it comes out, so that way I can play it and stream it for the most of the week. But I also, before The World Ends With You comes out, I actually want to stream the Switch version. Because, like, I want to replay that game, and I traditionally, like, make it a point to replay that game once a year at some point in time, and it's about well overdue for me to do that. So, definitely thinking about doing that if I can make that schedule work. I'm hoping that I can get the Switch version to work, because I remember trying doing it on the Switch version, and it was a bit jank using the motion controllers. But I mean, ooh, Dina's Soul Sweeper. She was interesting. But my plan is I'm going to do that into playing the World Ends With You. Like, that's going to be, like, I think that would be fun. And I get to go and, like, squeal about why that's my favorite game of all time, and then I'm going to go and cry when I start playing Neo. Which I really need to go and pre-order. I'll pre-order soon. I'll pre-order it. Definitely going to pre-order it soon, though. I'm trying to, apparently there's there's a special edition version that's only available in Japan right now. So I'm hoping that I could get, like, it comes out in English, and I could get that for myself. Like, I don't normally do, like, special edition version of games, but, like, that's definitely one that I, like, really want for myself. Like, considering it's my favorite game of the franchise, it's like it's one of my favorite game. It's my favorite game. It's my favorite game franchise. Like, I feel like I have to. Baleful Mastery. So 3 in a black. You may pay 1 in a black rather than paying its mana cost. If you pay 1 in the black, your opponent draws a card, and then you exile a target creature. Oh, I mean that's an interesting. That's kind of interesting, but details. Memory Lapse, counter target spell, but counter this way, put it on the top of your opponent's library. That's actually really good. Plus the artwork on that. Like all the knowledge is coming out of her hair. Or his, depending. That's really good. But yeah. Definitely want to play that game. I want to... Oh god, what was the... I definitely want to pick up Persona 5 Scramble at some point, but I want to try playing. I want to try playing Fate Extella first, because I will say that the Dynasty Warrior style games, like the kind of like the kill all the mobs and stuff like that repetitively, hasn't necessarily been my cup of tea. It kind of turned me off when I originally had pre-ordered the Extella when it first came out. I still have, like, the art book in the box that it came out of, though. Because, like, give me more Fate stuff to have. But I really do want to go and, like, stream a Fate game. If I can find maybe even, like, I don't know, like, a way to play it, I'd love to play, like, the original Fate Extra game. I know the remake's going to come out eventually, but I don't know when. Probably not going to be until, like, what, next year? I would love to play Fate Extra again. Like, that was such a fun, simple RPG, but it was a lot of fun. Though all the reading might kill me a little bit, because that game had a lot of text through all 3 playthroughs. But that's one of the few, I will say this, that is one of the few games that I've ever done that I've actually done through, like, multiple playthroughs for. I normally never do anything more than 1 playthrough for a game. Unless, like, the game calls for you doing that. Ooh, Prismatic Command! This is also another one for my Spellslinger deck that I wanted. So deal 2 damage to any target, draw 2 cards and discard 2, trade a treasure token, and then just destroy an artifact. And then you get to choose 2 of them for 2 mana. That's so dumb. Lightning Helix is the card. That looks pretty. Oh, that looks pretty. Like, I know of a certain streamer who would like that because of the fact that the girl that's in it is redhead. Alright, next. Like, this is not a bad haul, I will definitely say. Alright. But yeah, so Fate Extra, definitely a game I want to go and play. I want to do more Genshin stuff, which I will be doing Genshin stuff next week on Wednesday when the patch comes out. I think we're going to do we'll do another installment of Gacha Hell, like live Gacha Hell along with playing through stuff. But I'll try to get through the story in the next couple days. So that way I can at least catch up. And then grind the necessary items I need to actually be able to level up good old Zhongli when he comes out. Which, like, I think I'm going to try to draw him at some point in time, because Zhongli's design is just so good. Like, the amount of details, like, in it, the intricate design, the use of colors, the gold, the brown, the blacks. It's so good. A certain friend of mine, I think you're going to appreciate good art. Though, to be fair, I will say, just as a nameless plug, go ahead and follow her. Go follow her, please. Please follow her. Like, my friendo over here does amazing art. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Also, let me finish this pack and I'll post the link. Storm Killing Artists. Like, definitely, this is definitely a card that I wanted. The fact that you could get a treasure token off of a spell is going in the artifact deck. Radiant Scroll Wielder. 2 red and a white. Instant sorceries you control have lifelink. That's dumb. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile an instant sorcery at random for your graveyard. You may cast it this turn, and if a spell is cast this way, you can put it to your graveyard. And put it to your graveyard, you exile it. So just double exile it to be able to use it again. Okay. That's not bad. And then Infuriate. Wow. I like the artwork on this one. Super bold. And the crazy part about it is the Japanese versions are completely different artwork than what we have here. And then another spirit, which, not gonna lie, the spirits actually look kind of cool. Interesting. Oh, right, that's right. Nameless plug of my best friend. Hold on. We're definitely gonna do this. She'll hate me for doing this, but I'm totally going to do this because, like, there. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, give my friend a follow. She is an absolutely amazing artist. I actually found her. I've actually found her because of her art, and it's only just, oh my god, it's only gotten so much better over time. Just like with anything, of course, but like she just does some amazing work. And I actually she's actually given me some, like, I've actually commissioned her play many a times as well, too, so, like, give her a lot of love. She does a lot of G-posting stuff as well, along top of her art for Final Fantasy XIV, because it's the best game ever. No, your face is kind! Like, she'll never let me live it down, because she'll never believe me, but she's probably my favorite, if not one of my favorite artists of all time. Especially when you start, especially like with some of the stuff that she's done, like there was a piece that she did of her character from 14, along with a Grahatia from 14, and like the art itself was already good, but then the background was like the way she did the background was like stupid, floored me. Like I'm still thrown off by that, dude. Like, the amount of... I remember you saying that you put a lot of work into that detail of that, so... Like, oh my god. Just go follow her. She posts a lot of funny stuff, too. And she's just an absolute delight. As much shit as she gives me, and then vice versa as well, I consider her as probably one of my closest, if not my closest friend. She's a bestie. She's a good bestie. So, and then with all this niceness that I'm saying, I'm probably just going to curve it with saying something stupid, so that probably won't last long. Yeah, also, now that I think about it, Frenda, are you still doing commissions? I don't know if you stopped doing that or not, but if she's still doing commissions, go follow her. Yes! No, we're gonna crank it up to a 13. Why undershoot it? Why undershoot it? Okay. I'm just trying to be helpful. Kind of. Also doing shameless promotions of my best. Oh my god. But yeah, if she's still doing it, just definitely give her a look. Her commissions are really good. Also, land. I'm surprised I didn't see more of these, if I'm going to be honest. But I like the artwork or the concept that they do. Basically, like a collection of like a bunch of mana that just kind of coalesce into like a big storm of magic. Necroblossom Snarl. I like that. I hope I get the black-white one of these. And then Shock. Because why not? That actually looks really good. I like that. Oh, hey, look, an emblem. An emblem to a Planeswalker that I may or may not get. You know what? That's another card. I hope I do get the Planeswalker for that. Because it's a dual face card, and one side has a fox on it, and I'm all about boxes, so. Like, legit, Freda, would you expect me to do anything else? Are you surprised? You shouldn't be surprised. See? We've done the song and dance. Now this is just in a completely different form. If I help, I can open this. That'd be nice. Open, please. Open sesame. Thank you. We're not even, like, done the box yet. My God. I guess because I've just been more focused on, like, talking about stuff than anything else. But this is definitely a good way to just, like, open packs. Like, if I end up doing this again, which I imagine that there's going to be a set that's going to be out there that I'm going to want. Also, Dragon Approach. I'm really going to find a use for this card. I don't have a Dragon deck, but I really want to find a use for this card. I don't think I've come across any copies of this one, but if I now that I remember this card's a thing, I'll put this to the side and maybe use it somewhere. Oh boy, that was fun. But yeah, if I do definitely decide to do this, I'm definitely going to do the setup for this again. But just opening boxes and stuff like that is fun. I mean, I'm not considering my whole channel basically be around just like luck and gacha related stuff, though it does seem to be taking quite a bit of my channel's time, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, like, doing that type of stuff is fun. All right, and then the rare is Poet's Quill. Oh, okay, it's just a learn thing. Yeah, not gonna do much of anything. Stone Rain, though. This card looks really cool, but it's cursed because you destroy a land, and I'm not about that life. Yeah, I am not a fan of land destruction. Or using land destruction or anybody. I mean, you could, and that's a good way to close out a game, just to be like, I win. But as like a basis of if you're using that as like a way to win, sure. But like, I've never been a fan of that, just because it slows down the game, and 9 times out of 10, it's not fun. Like, most people don't like it. I personally don't have fun when, like, that type of thing happens. Like, I'll play against a deck if that has it in it just for funsies, just to see what happens. But you're just kind of sitting around just, like, not being able to play Magic. And I kind of want to be able to play Magic. And I imagine there's others that feel the same way, too. So I'm not against it if you want to play Land Destruction, but I'm always of the mind of just ass first. Because, like, there's some people that might feel a lot stronger than I do as far as doing that type of stuff, so. Communication, like with anything, like, communication is key. Like with anything else, relationships, whatever. Definitely need more of that going around. Oh. Okay, wait, the rare is here. Okay, wait. That's weird. So, this was the common. And here's the rare. The rare normally comes up a little bit later. Okay, unless this was boxed wrong, this pack is going to be interesting. Huh. But definitely a good card. What's the next one? That was odd. I think they put the rare in the wrong place. Rutha, as a... What did you do again? Oh, you return it to your hand and then you copy a spell. Okay. I wish it didn't cost as much. That would have not been a bad ability. Spell Satchel. Symmetry Made. Yeah, it looks like it was... Oh! 2 rares in 1 pack? That's weird. I don't know if this was like a bad boxing or anything like that, but that's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Huh. Yeah, both of these out in the same box. Weird. Oh. What's this one here? World Champion? That's an interesting flavor text. Oh, is this a card based after somebody? Pablo Vitor Demo da Rosa, World Champion. Is this like from the... Is that like lore from the set? Or is that like an actual person? I'll look into that a little bit later. That's interesting. Huh. That was a pack. Village Rites as the spell, as the archive spell, which I actually use in a deck, so that's gonna get used. Okay, hold on. I gotta check that real quick. Give me a second. What was it? Pablo. Apollo. Dama de Rosa. There we go. Oh! Oh! Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so is this card based after him then? I knew the name sounded familiar, but is the card based after him? Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, they haven't done this in a... I don't know if they... I didn't know... I knew they stopped doing that after a while. Huh. I didn't know they started doing this again. That's kind of cool. Legit. That's legit. Yeah, for those who don't know, there was a point in Magic, and like I said, they stopped after a while, that they ended up like depending if you won like the World Tournament for that year, you'd actually be able to get the character that was depicted in the art would be like a person who won the tournament. Like there's somebody who did like a couple tokens, there's a couple cards. I think like one of the most infamous ones is like I think Snapcaster Mage, like the one from Innistrad. I think Snapcaster Mage is based after somebody who won a world tournament. But I didn't know he was I know they stopped doing that, but that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool that they're doing that again, because it's a nice, like, almost like an immortal piece of sorts in the game to, like, okay, yeah, this person kind of, like, their legacy kind of lives on even if after they stop playing Magic and stuff. So, I don't know. That was an interesting pack, getting 2 rares like that. And the card's not actually half bad either, too. So I will definitely find a use for that thing. Yeah, but yeah, what else? Like, Genshin is definitely going to be something I want to play. More Skyrim with the great cat detective. Because Detective Nyans needs to go and sniff out more mysteries. There was another one that I actually got relatively recently. Was it Mad Rat Dead, I believe is the name of it? It's a rhythm platformer game. Which, concept-wise, it's kind of crazy, but it works, and you just, like, you move your character to the beat, and that's how you platform and stuff. Oh my god, it's so cool. Like, the music in that game is amazing. Now, I definitely want to go and share that with people. Also, Harness Infinity was another card that I was looking to go and get. And, God, that looks good. Look at that. Just like the little mist and the colors and such in the background on that. What's the flavor text on this one? As I stepped into the star arch, it all became perfectly clear. Life and death are not opposites, but an endless path, twisting around and back upon itself, never ending and never beginning. That's cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. Plus, you, like, what is it? Exchange your hand in your graveyard? I'm sure that will have any form of shenanigans with that. Also, Cultivate. That's actually a really cool version of Cultivate. Wait, are those critters? Oh, they're the little critters in the background. Not as cute as the tokens, if I'm being honest. But it's okay. Alright, next one! God, it's been an hour and a half already? Doesn't feel like it. Actually, now that I think about it, I think the music's gonna end up going out soon. Oh, nope, we still got time. Still at least have another half hour. Ah, my goodness. I can get this pack open eventually. I think what I'll do is after this one's done, after I'm done this box, I'll take a short break for myself to kind of stretch and stuff. And then we'll go on to the next one. Though I'll be honest, I was expecting to kind of get through this a lot quicker than I am now. Oh, goodness. Man, you can have me talk about stuff today. Well, Magic and the games and stuff like that. Though, I will say this. There is something that I want to go and talk about real quick. I have, finally, after I've kind of figured out what I kind of want to do, I have a writing project that I'm kind of working on for my character's lore. My lore. Oh, that's actual growth again. Neat. Another agonizing remorse. Neat. Also another Planeswalker emblem that I may or may not get. But I got this lore thing that I'm going to try to work on later a little bit. And so you guys should be seeing the fruits of that in the next week or so. A little bit of storytelling that will just come out like every couple days. I haven't decided when I'm going to start releasing that stuff, but I want to try to incorporate like more writing related things into my streams. I haven't been able to 100% figure that out just yet. I thought about maybe like spending a stream like working on one of my writing projects as a fun way to just kind of force myself to actually write. Because I've been kind of a bit lackluster with that. I write in my head, and I like come up with like story concepts and stuff that I keep in a little notebook. But actually working on projects would be kind of good. Plus, I definitely need to practice too, especially with good old Nano coming out. Nano, oh Nano, it makes me cry. Alright, what's the rare this time? It is, ooh, the Red Blue Land. That's good. Can always use a bunch, should always use these. If I at least get one of each, I'll be happy. And the gate. Not gonna lie, this version's probably gonna go into one of my commander decks. So what's the current artwork of the negate that I'm using right now? I don't remember. Oh, wait, you know what? No, it's not, it wouldn't go in there, because the deck that I'm using actually uses the... It's a gate, but not. It just can't be countered. Alright. But yeah, little writing project coming out. Eventually. But at least sometime in the next week or so, though. I'm definitely looking forward to kind of sharing some more lore. So what happens when you go, it's what happens when you go and like you try to unpack all your stuff, you find a journal somewhere. Now that I think about it, there is somebody, I remember somebody I follow, does Strixhaven Stadium. Ooh. Ephemerate. That's a good one. Also, I like the artwork on this one, too. Has a very Innistradian type of feel to it. Granted, more than the fact that the Angels of Innistrad. I always associate Angels with Innistrad than any other plane, even though they're freaking everywhere. But Innistrad has the best Angels IMO. And Ravnica. Totally not biased because of a deck that I used to run. But I want to see if I was talking with I was hanging out with a couple of people yesterday, and I was reminded that Pokemon Snap comes out next week. Like in a couple of days next week, which I was not expecting, because I honestly thought that like if we were waiting like another month, if that. But I don't know if I'm going to get Pokemon Snap. Like I played the bits and pieces of the first one, and it was fun. I was always a big fan of like more of the stadium games, a combination of the mini games and just like the little challenges that you could do. Plus, it was nice to like be able to like refight old like old gym leaders and stuff. I always thought was really cool. One of many reasons why we need to get a remake of Black and White on top of Diamond and Pearl, which we're getting at the end of the year, and I can't wait because that's my favorite gem. But that the World Tournament was such a cool idea to be able to like kind of get that feel of being able to fight those old characters that you knew and grew up with from the older games. Like I would love for them to do a remake. Wow. I mean, go big or go home, I guess. So not only did I get Mila, the dual-sided Mila, but I got the full border version of it too. Wow. Oh, with the alternate art on that too. Oh, that is so cool. Like, I want to use Mila somewhere, mainly because it's the fox. And Fox! Come on, look at him! Look at Mila! Mila's adorable. What was it? Whenever an opponent becomes a spell, draw a card, and then whenever the opponent attacks with a more planeswalker, you put a loyalty counter on. Like, look at this. And here I was saying that after like seeing the emblem twice, I wasn't gonna get it, but oh my god. And the full border version of it too. Like, go big or go home, I guess. And eliminate. Like, wow. Just wow. Like, that's insane. That is literally insane. That's probably my best pull so far. I hope if I get another copy of Shadrix, I get the full art version of that. Whew, man, that was a good pull. Cannot say I was expecting that. All right, next. But I lost my train of thought, so I distracted by good cards. But I'm thinking, Dragon Approach. If I can go and find like a way to play it, I want to see if I can play some of the old Pokemon games and do a playthrough of that. Maybe do like a mono playthrough. Like, I want to do that with Sword and Shield. I want to play a mono type for Sword and Shield. And I think I'm going to have people, like, I have types that I want to do. Like, I've done mono ice. Well, let me tell you, that was a trip. I think, like, it's fine until you get to things that hurt ice really bad, and then you cry. Like the third, Archmage Infernius. Another card going to Spellslinger deck. That's good. That's good. Snakeskin Veil? +1/+1 and then Hexproof? Not bad. Okay. But I'm thinking of maybe doing it for like Sword and Shield. Or just picking another game and just doing a mono type playthrough again. And then maybe having you guys pick out what I'm going to have it be. Like, have somebody, like, pick, like, have people just, like, pick an obscure type for me. And then we'll just go from there and I'll cry. Like, that would be fun to do. And then I'll just gonna, like, have fun with just picking some of my favorites from that type and then going from there. Okay, I think I saw a foil, so that might be a thing at some point. Ooh, I think this is my first copy of Rip Apart. I don't think I remember seeing a Rip Apart here. That's good. But yeah, I just have Veritable Warslinger? Oh right, you get to return a card to your hand and then it deals damage for the insert sorcery. Yeah, I remember. Oh. Oh. Okay. So this is one of the high value cards from the archive set. And it's not bad in Commander too. Yeah, I'll take a Time Warp and extra turns to go with it. Wow. That's... Wow. I gotta find a deck to put that in, but wow. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're coming down to the last 6 here for this. Oh, goodness. Hold on, hold on. There we go. Not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried about like wearing these gloves because they felt kind of tight on me a little bit. But now that I've been wearing them, I just been using and talking, it's like, they're like nothing. Like, I don't even notice them anymore. Until I do notice. Ever had a moment where it was like you notice them and then you don't notice them? God. Like, one thing I love, like, I want to try doing eventually. I had an idea. A crazy idea of doing some sort of, like, art stream or anything like that. Elemental Expressionist? Battlefield. Oh, right. If a creature would leave the battlefield, you... Okay? What the heck is with all these mythics at the bottom of the pack? And good mythics, too! Like, what? So, like, forget this thing, even though this is kind of, like, Demonic Tutor? Holy crap! Like, yes, please? I will happily take another Demonic Tutor. Especially one, like, the artwork for this, that's what's really... Well, this is going into my Reanimator deck. Like, that's getting replaced. Like, that's no question. Oh, boy. Wow. Like, I was not... Okay, is this like where all the value for this box is just at the bottom? Oh my god. Like, that was just 2 cards. Like, 2 cards. Like, and I think value-wise, they pay for half the deck. Like, between the Time Warp and the Demonic Tutor, I think that might pay for, like, half the deck. If that. If there were foil, oh my god, like, that'd be even better. See, I'm kind of, like, scared now to, like, know what the next sets are going to be. Wishful thinking. Now all we need is, like, a Teferi's Protection, and then we'll be good. I'm asking for a lot with a Teferi's Protection, but... I mean, I've gotten, like, the other 2 cards. Like, come on. Ooh, Vanishing Verse. Exile target monocolored permanent. And revitalize. Okay. The heat has died down a little bit. I think what I'm gonna try to do at some point in time, like that's one thing I definitely want to go and do. Like, I want to go and once I have some time, I do want to try to have maybe I'll get a poll or something for like what the next game I should play be. Because, like, I have a whole list of stuff, but I'd be curious to see what people would want me to play. Mostly of them are going to be RPGs, and they're going to be, like, long-standing, like, series RPGs that I would just be playing on a weekly basis. Like, maybe once a week, for a couple hours at a time. Granted, we'll probably be at it for, like, a good while, since, like, I've only streamed, like, 2 times. Or the occasional 3 times a week. If I fuck up. But interestingly enough, I haven't done too more often. Whenever you cast until the end of turn spirits, you could. That's interesting. What's the rare? Oh, Flame Scroll Celebrant. Whenever an opponent activates an ability that isn't a mana ability, deals 1 damage to that player. Okay, and then the other side. Oh. We're going to hold off on this one, because I want to see what it actually is. Your opponent can't cast spells or activate Planeswalker abilities this turn. Wow, okay. Ooh! This is what the treasure tokens for this set looks like? Oh my god, that looks really cool. Can I have like a foil version of this? I'm gonna try to get more of these. Like I like the treasure version. I like those versions better than like just the shears of gold. The gold's fine, but that actually looks like freaking crystals. What's this? Okay, Infuriate. Yeah, that's fine. My god, that'd be awesome. Like get a bunch of those. All right, let's see. Getting down to the wire for the last 5 packs. And I make a whole mess on the other side of the room. My poor table. But it's fine. I'll go ahead and clean that up. That I need to, okay. It's doing the weird thing again. Why is the rare so far up? Okay, so apparently I'm going to get maybe 2 rares this time around, so... Okay. That's interesting. I'm not going to use the... I wonder how they're going to do lesson mechanics in EDH. I wonder if it's going to... They don't seem like overly broken, but I'm curious if anybody's going to actually find a use for them. But I'm kind of worried now. Well, worried / excited to see what the next 2 cards are going to be. Ingenious Mastery. So X 2 blue and a blue. X 2 colored generic and a blue. You pay 2 and a blue for this. If you pay 2 and a blue, you draw 3 cards and your opponent creates 2 treasure tokens and scries 2. And then if it wasn't paid, you draw X cards. Interesting. Whirlwind Denial. For each spell and ability your opponent controls, counter it unless it pays 4. That's interesting. Okay. And then fuming fee. Oh, okay. That's more draft. Those are going to throw me off because I feel like, is this a packaging error? It's probably something they've done in older packs. Like the last box I've actually opened for packs was one that I won, like last year, and like I won in a raffle, and it was for Zendikar Rising. So I don't know how packs work anymore. Back in my day, we used to only have packs. They all had a specific order. None of this 2 rares a pack. Though actually I'm kind of happy that they're doing 2 rares a pack because you get a little bit more value out of it. Maybe because of the fact that it's a lesson card that's where it's it becomes you get 2 of them essentially. All right, what do we got? No, I get that. Oh. I think we got another full art rare. And it is... Oh! Bellatross Witherbloom. Okay, so we've gotten 2 of the 5 Elder Dragons from this set. And this is probably the most busted of the bunch. I was debating if I wanted to make a deck around him because what he seemed like he was doing was stupid. I don't like how much he costs, though, but his ability is really dumb. Like, Defic? I think this is like one of the more rare... My god, what is with this box? What's with these, like, last packs? Holy crap, that's awesome. And then Chuck. Oh my god, my hold from this is really good. Oh, definitely cannot complain. Like, if I had a, like, if I don't know how many people would actually be interested in it, and with as much time as it's taking for me to go through these packs, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to do what I originally planned, which is, like, actually build a deck, because I don't try to stream for too long for, like, sake of my sanity. I'm actually curious to see if, maybe I'll have a dedicated stream if people are interested. I'll build the deck. And you guys can, like, give me card suggestions and pick out the commander and stuff like that. Because I have, like, an assortment of cards. Like, I don't have, like, a full collection of stuff. But I, at the very least, would very much like to kind of get people's inputs. And maybe, like, be able to try some commanders that are just... So, this was on my list. I kind of forgot about Shale. Oh, my God. Like, what the heck? Is there another foil here? Shale, Dean of Radiance. So this was a commander I was thinking about making a deck around because of, not the front side, but Ambrose here, because of the fact that you draw cards off of dying creatures with 1/1. Granted, it's with 1/1 counters on them, so an extra hoop to jump through, but draw power in Orzhov. Draw power in black-white is what's needed, in my, or Silver Quill. Are we changing the names again for the two-color pairings now? Oh. Okay, so we got 2 full art cards in this one. And the other one's foil, so I'm kind of... Okay, what is it? Adventurous Impulse. What does the card do? It's like, look at the top 3 cards. You may reveal creature or land, put one of them in your hand, and put the rest at the bottom of your library in the random order. Okay. I kind of wish this put it in the graveyard. Not gonna lie. If they did something like similar to Mulch, that'd be amazing. But good card, and the card looks really decent foil. Like, let me take another look at this. Hold on. Like, I don't know if you can see it. Like, in person, the foil looks pretty decent, but yeah, you can kind of see the foiling on that. It's not bad. It's not bad. Always nice to get that extra bling for your deck. Alright, opening. Kind of opening. Hold on. Hold on. Oh. Maybe. Okay. Like, this one's fighting me. I don't know why this one's fighting me. Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Alright, what we got? Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll set up a poll or something like that to see if people would be interested in one of those types of stream, like a deck building stream. Or maybe even just one that plays card games as well. Like, one thing I was thinking about doing is, I know there's the, I don't know when the other one's coming out, but there is the most up-to-date Switch game for Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm tempted to possibly play that, if people are interested in that. I know there's some VTubers that play, like Ayumi. Ayumi's big on Yu-Gi-Oh! So, like, I know there is still people that do play, and I would love to play that and kind of share some of my favorite decks. Unfortunately, there's really not... I know there's Arena, and I'm pretty sure there might be some, like, free stuff as well that you could go... Though I'm curious to see if there's, like, actually, like, an official place where you can play multiplayer of Magic with cards for free without having to put money into it. That'd be kind of cool. And I could just play cards online and play with people with some matches just to see what happens. I'll clean all this stuff up on my break, so nothing's fallen. All right, and then, but I definitely want to try doing that as a possibility. Oh! Witherbloom again! The non-super cool looking version of him. He still looks good here. Like, I don't know which one I like better. I mean, Mythic is Mythic, but still, like, that's... Wow, I got 2 of them. I wasn't expecting that. And then Weather the Storm. Which you just gain 3 life, but you have Storm attached to it. Oh, that's fun. I wonder if there's somebody that uses there's a deck, an EDH deck that runs that. Okay, so last 2 packs. Last 2 packs for this box. I have a whole other box to go through. Since I picked the right box last time, I'm gonna pick the left pack, and then afterwards we'll go on a little break. A little break. But maybe I'll play, like I said, maybe I'll play, I forget what the name of the Yu-Gi-Oh game that's out right now, but maybe I'll play that for people if they're interested. But I want to see, I'll have to research a little bit to see if there's any, like, online way of playing Magic the Gathering that, 1, won't get me in trouble, and 2, I can play multiplayer. I like to think that there's something like that, but, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Alright, going to the rare, which is Torrent Sculptor. It's like exile spell, and then you get exile your sorcery in your graveyard, and then you put a 1/1 counter on it equal to half of the total converted mana cost. Flamethrower Sonata. Discard a card, then draw a card, and when you discard an insert sorcery, you deal damage equal to the converted mana cost of that. To a target creature or place where you don't control. Interesting. Divine Gambit. What's this card? Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment that opponent controls, and that player puts a permanent from their hand onto the battle. Oh. I mean, sure, you get rid of a bad thing, but have the potential of getting something else that's worse? I can see a world where you would use this on yourself to get stuff. Oh! Holy crap! Siegemore Witch. And it's foil. Okay, I was legit looking to put this into my black-white deck because of the fact that it creates a token. I was hoping to get this one, but oh my god, that's a foil? Whoo! That looks awesome. And I like the little insignia that they put in here for all the colleges. I love it when they do stuff like that. It just adds like an extra little bit of flair, especially when they did it back in Ravnica, where it has I love my copy of Taza Karlov, which has like the foil Orzhov's insignia here. Oh my god, that's a good. Oh, that's such a good pull. Plus another treasure token as well. So like, yes please. All right, and finally, the last pack of the box. All right, moment of truth. Moment of truth. All right, what do we got here? But hopefully, hopefully all of you are having a good day so far. I'm sorry, I've been kind of like absorbed into doing packs. I apologize. Like, especially like the latter half of these packs, because like, I was not expecting some of the pulls from this. Another Storm Klin? Or, yeah. Kin? Kin. I'm just calling it Storm Kin Arcanet. Storm Kin Arcanet would actually be a really cool name for a card. But yeah, definitely need another copy for that, for my artifact deck. Alright, so, the Biblioplex. Which was, what was it, 2? Look at the top card. If it is your source, you may reveal it, put it in your hand. If you don't put the card on, if you don't put the card in your hand, you may put the card in your graveyard. You can only activate this when you have either exactly 0 or 7 cards in your hand, or exactly 7. Yuck. Oh! One of my favorite spells, Increasing Vengeance. Honestly, I don't know if this replaces Increasing Vengeance from the Innistrad block, because I'm a huge fan of that card, and I love the artwork and the fact that it's from Innistrad. Well, the Innistrad block. I think it's Dark Ascension that one comes out of, the Increasing saga. But that's cool. And we got a Strixhaven Stadium. Foil, no less. Yeah, definitely going in my artifact deck. Yeah, because it creates a colorless. And with all the tokens, I can see it as like an alternate win condition. Maybe not. I don't know. Wow. And a fractal token. Holy crap. What was with those packs? I was not expecting any of those. So I've literally gotten crossed off like pretty much every card off my list, bar like one. Like one or two. And even then, like, I got one of the cards as I just looking for like the special version of it because the artwork's really pretty. Maybe it's in the next box. Who knows? But holy, my God. I was, okay, my brain just like exploded. Okay. Yeah, that was awesome. And what are we at? We're at the 2-hour mark. My God. Have I been at it talking for 2 hours? I'm so sorry you had to listen to me for that long. Christ. Well, I did say I was going to take a break. And we have a whole other box to go through. So, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and take like 10, 15 minutes or so just to stretch and stuff like that and rest my voice a little bit. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of talking. And then we'll go ahead and open that second box and see what goodies pop up with that. Because holy crap, if this one was as good, if this next box is as good as this one, who knows what the heck's going to come out of it. But I will be right back. Okay. Hello. Sorry about that. I'm back. I may have fucked up in the worst way. After I went right when I went to just take a break and stuff, I was cleaning up stuff. I realized I didn't hit the record button on my stream. Oh my goodness. So, like, all of the stuff that we were talking about doing was just gone now. I have it recording now, so I won't miss the second half where we're doing the other box. I hope, and I just did a bit of research beforehand, I hope that there's a way where I can do some I can just download the recording so I can at least get that first half. But in the off chance that I can't, sorry. Oh my god, I was so much in a rush to get the stuff done, I didn't think about hitting the record button. God damn it. What are you gonna do? Nothing you can do about it now, though. This is gonna be a really short VOD at this point. But, okay, back to the cam. Hello. I am back. And we have another box to open. But, beforehand, just to give a recap, in the off chance that I cannot get things situated with that, I just do something to cover the uncommons and commons. I'm just going to go through a little bit of what we ended up pulling. So a couple Dragon Approaches, some of the Commanders, Stormkill Artist, which I needed a couple copies of, Gillian, and such. Nothing super big on this side. The big ones are like here, and we pulled some gold. Like foil Strixhaven Stadium was an interesting thing. We got an Increasing Vengeance. Foil Siege Moor, which I'm so freaking out over that. Weather Storm, Witherbloom, Mr. Witherbloom here, who, like, I really would love to see somebody build around it. Like, he's strong. I know he costs 7 mana, which for me personally is freaking, like, a lot. Because especially Commander, I'm not the biggest fan of just running commanders that cost, like, more than 5. 6 is probably pushing it depending on what they can do, because I always have the mind of your commander shouldn't be like, if depending on the deck, of course. I'm more of a personal take of you want to make sure that your commander is very much like something that complements your deck as opposed to like being completely built around it. Of course, yeah, you're going to have some synergies and stuff that's going to work super well with it, but I always like it to where the deck runs fine without the commander in it. It's just when the commander hits the field, that's when your strategy kind of pops off. So I've always been a fan of that, which it kind of leads me to play more commanders that are like lower commander mana costs. So like I said, 5 or less is traditionally what I like to go for. Even 5 might be pushing it. I'm more like between 4 or less, and I can help it. And that's reflected in a lot of the commanders that I use. Because in the off chance that something dies, you can at least get a few more activations out of it. One of the reasons why I like Taza, because like especially the OG Taza, because she costs 3, then 5 with commander attacks, then 7 with second commander attacks. Though normally when I play her, she normally pops up when I'm going to win, or I have the board to make her work. And she typically doesn't get removed all that often, at least the times I played with her. So it depends. But yeah, Witherbloom, I'm kind of curious to see how people build him. I haven't looked into him too much, but being able to untap your lands and get a token every turn on every player's turn, that's stupid strong. But Adventurous Impulse was a foil one. We actually have a regular version somewhere around here too. Claim the Firstborn. Did I? Oh, wait, that was an extra rare. Right. Shale here. Shock. A actual full art Bellatrix Witherbloom. I think, like, the game's trying to tell me something. I might need to go and build this deck. I don't have any... I recently took apart my, Oh, you know what? Just like before, let me put some music on here. Oh, it was almost done, too, so we just start from the beginning. There we go. Nice and jazz. But Bellatrix, like... He was the one that I kept an eye on, but I wasn't sure if I was going to build him or not, because I technically speaking already have a token deck through my Artifact Brea deck. And it's more tokens, combination with Thopters with, like, a bunch of artifact tokens. I'm sorry, a bunch of treasure tokens. So I wasn't 100% on board with making, like, another token deck. But, like, the ability to pay 10 life and untap all your lands is dumb. And you can do it once per turn, but, like, that's dumb. It's so dumb. But, yeah, so, got him. Couple other things. Oh, but Demonic Tutor. This thing got me. Like, we got a Demonic Tutor here, which is just, yes, I needed another copy of it. Time Warp, another, like, freaking gold card, which is like, it's one of those cards when I've had it, that I had to just sell it just to get other stuff, and I wasn't really using it all that often. Plus, this one's kind of like borderline, almost like degenerate. Like, it's borderline just, not fun. Because a lot of the decks that I ended up playing this in, it just really abused this card. So you end up taking like 2-3 turns. Like, through 2-3 turns, whenever this card show up. So it's like, I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, this is the big one. Like, I was saying, we went through a couple of times, basically, like, hey, it'd be kind of cool if I got Mila because of the Fox. And I wasn't expecting to get it at all, and even though, like, 2 emblems popped up, and then here we go, we got the full art version. Like, I'm tempted to use this, not so much for the Fox side, but for this side, for reanimation purposes. Because you discard a card, you draw a card, or draw 2 if it's a creature. So already you're winning there, if you're doing a big creature. And then you return a target creature, it gains haste, and then you exile it. So if you have a way to get rid of it, you can just abuse it again at some other later point. Like, that's good. Like, I'm curious to see if I can, like, find a deck. Now, what was the emblem? It's like, whenever you get an emblem with whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. I mean, not like super crazy, but not bad. I don't know. But yeah, I thought this was just a really dumb pull. Eliminate, negate, one of the snarls, the red-blue snarl, cultivate, harness infinity, which I thought was really cool. This one threw me for a loop because I got these 2, and I understand now why we got 2 rares, because it's a lesson. And it gives like the dual face cards or the lesson or the lesson ones. You might also have a rarity too, so you might end up getting 2 of them. That kind of threw me for a loop. That's why I was like, wait, what? This one kind of threw me because I didn't realize that it actually had Paulo de Rosa. Paulo de Rosa is a name on the bottom, like there. I didn't know this. It's him. So I thought that was kind of cool. I didn't know they were still doing those type of cards again. The green-black snarl. Hold on a second. This is getting all types of janky here. Lightning Helix, Prismatic Command, Memory Lapse, Baleful Mastery, Throw Possibilities. Nothing too crazy, bar that, like, those last couple ones, like the second half of the box openings were, like, dumb. But, like, I'm not complaining, you know. Yeah, I don't think there was anything, like, super crazy here. Tezzeret Gambit for one of the cards here. Still, I love the artwork. Yeah, because a lot of these were just... that. I think the black-red snarl, or the black-green snarl I got here, which I don't think I showed off yet. Do that. Manifestation, Adventurous. Oh, right, Extus! God, I'm just so confused with all the other stuff. I forgot I got Extus. Extus, I'm curious about building a deck around. Because black-white, on the top of having like that sacrifice outlet, which gets reduced costs because of the way the back works, the spell, just seems really cool. Plus, you get to make those giant, stupid tokens that drain 3 life with haste. And they have haste, if I remember correctly. They have haste. It comes in with haste. Like, come on. Like, that's dumb. Especially you have, like, a token doubler on the field as well. Like, oh my god. There's so much you can do with that. Strategic planning, brainstorm, conspiracy theory, Civil Court, Shadrix. Yeah, Shadrix was the other Elder Dragon that I got. I'm hoping I get the full art version of him in this next box. I have no faith that might actually happen, but who knows? We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that's just a little bit of a recap. And again, if the off chance that, for whatever reason, that didn't work out, and I actually, excuse me, if for whatever reason that didn't work out, and then I can't get the first half of the video listed here, I'm hoping that Twitch has got to have something where you can download your streams. I imagine, though, that the quality may not just necessarily be the best, so most people just use, like, OBS or Streamlabs or whatever. Also, something to comment real quick, like, I'm using this playback as a cover here, but this is actually one that I got custom made a long while ago. This was custom made. I don't know, he does a lot of good artwork. I don't know if he's done any cards just yet, but I've seen him in the community, like, writing articles and stuff. James Arnold. I don't know if you were going to be watching streams or do anything like that, but I actually got the playback from him long while ago. Absolutely love this. It's of the Orzhov Guild game. From the old art, like, it's just, it's so good. But if you're listening to this, or somehow you end up listening to this, James, thanks a bunch, dude. Like, this was such amazing conversation. I think, if memory serves me correctly, this was my first playback. This is the first playback I ever got, ever. So, just wanted to give him a shout out. Yeah, that was interesting. That was during, now that I think about it, that was during the time with the old shop that I used to go to. So, from where I used to stay before coming here, I used to kind of peek out from the portals and to kind of project myself here and there. Magic's weird like that, but there was a shop that was near where I used to be that had like a whole bunch of anime memorabilia and stuff, and it was owned by an old friend of mine, along with a guy I used to go to school with, with his wife, and it was an anime shop. They did a combination of like anime memorabilia, and they also had Friday Night Magic there. And for years, that's where I went, because it literally was about like 10 minutes down the road from my house. So it was just convenient for me to go there rather than just going like halfway across the world into town, trying to find a parking spot and everything like that, where I could just go there, parking spots are plenty, and like I could just kind of come and go. So like, yeah, I made it happen just to go there every week, or just about. It was interesting because we not only do we get to play Magic, but we actually ended up playing like MapleStory. I actually got everybody into MapleStory. We had a little guild going on there for a little bit. We played Monster Hunter. That's how I got into Monster Hunter. We played Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate between the three of us. Yeah, no, there was four of us. We had four of us. And we would just all play, and I was just super behind because I got the game a little bit late, but they all helped me catch up, and I just kind of trained and got used to it. I will say, I definitely missed that. I think that's one thing that I will say that I missed about playing Monster Hunter, especially when World came out. I was still, like, I originally wasn't going to get World when it came out, but then I played it for, like, an hour, and I'm like, okay, this is amazing. I have to play this again. But my biggest problem was the fact that I didn't have anybody to really play with. At least with 3 Ultimate and then 4 Ultimate, I had some people to play with, even not all split sporadically, so I wasn't alone. And it made the hunts and things a lot more fun when you were doing stuff and collecting things. But nowadays, I know you can go ahead and like find people to play with and things like that, but I don't know. It's not the same. Plus, I will be honest, Safi Jiva kind of burned me out quite a bit when I was playing. Hall of Oracles is the first rare here. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature. Okay, this is the weird kind of land thing. Oh! Nature's Order! I think somebody was talking about Nature's Order. There was somebody here that was talking about Nature's Order a little bit earlier today. Yeah, Clyde was talking about Nature's Order. Oh, where? I'm just checking through the comments real quick. Like, holy crap. Oh, Growth Spile. It was Growth Spile. Okay. But no, Natural Order, that's huge. That was a card that I don't think I have a copy of this. This is what I needed. Or was looking to get for myself if I could. Well, damn. As an additional, for those of you who don't know what this card does, green's really good. So as additional cost, when you cast a spell, you sacrifice a green creature, and then you search your library for another green creature and put it into play. So basically, you trade in your little guy for a big guy. Oh my god! And for 4 mana, it's dumb. And then Blood Age General as the foil, which, but another treasure token. I need a bunch of these. I wonder if they have like foil versions of that. I highly doubt that. Oh, my back is itching for some reason. My god. But yeah, like before I got distracted, I've seen stuff for Rise, and after playing World for so long, it's hard for me to justify playing something on like the Nintendo console, only because it's more of the throwback to like the older style game, which, for better or worse, they had some good things that worked well for them, as far as like, I guess, like, you know what? Getting the decorations were a little bit easier. The problem was getting the charms. Charm farming in that game was just, especially 3 Ultimate. Especially when you found out that, like, all your save file was set to get only certain ones and certain combinations. And I think I found out that mine was, like, one of the lower tier ones. So I got screwed out of, like, a lot of the good ones. And I didn't realize it until, like, super late in the game. Which, it wasn't, like, super detrimental or anything like that, but I didn't get to maximize the builds the way I wanted to, so that kind of sucked. But, I mean, it is what it is at this point. So, yeah, just, like, the charm farming, and even the decoration farming in World was just a pain, so I'm not looking forward to if I played that game again, I would not be looking forward to doing that. Like, it's just, no. The game has good. The grinding is not bad, but there's just some days are just I want to pull my hair out. My beautiful green and white hair. It just hurts me. I don't know. I might be nitpicking a little bit, but I know that the games are very much that's how they play. Strict Proctor. Whenever a permanent enters the battlefield, causes a triggered ability to trigger, counter that ability unless they pay 2. Okay, so like a hate bear card. That's not bad. And then Crozing Grip with Split Second. That's not bad. I can replace this with the artwork for whatever green deck I decide to do. That's good. I like that. Like, a lot of these cards are just replacing the artwork of old cards that I have. But yeah, like, I like, if I had a whole group of people to play Rise, then that'd be one thing. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to playing it and getting the game, but I don't know. Like, there's people that I would, like, one of my other besties, not Donry, because I know Donry doesn't play Monster Hunter, nor is she interested. One of my other besties, she actually plays Monster Hunter and plays World still every so often just to kind of finish it out. Like, I've been tempted to just kind of replay the game so I can play with her now that I have a new computer, but it's kind of like, I have so much on this file now, it's kind of hard for me to justify to get all the games again and then replay things from scratch, start to finish again. It's just a lot of work for just, Like, I did my time on my PS4, so again, it's harder for me to justify. Dragonic Intervention. Like, what does this card do? I forget. So, 2 and 2 red as addition for sorcery, as additional cost for cast a spell. Exile instant sorcery for your graveyard. It deals X damage to each non-dragon creature where X is the exile card mana value or converted mana cost. If the creature dealt this damage this way dies, exile instead, and then you exile the card itself, which is actually really good in a Dragon deck. So strategic planning, another copy, and then my god, another treasure token. Thank you. Just give me all the treasure tokens, please. Like a whole hand of them would be enough, and I can make the rest work. Give me a second. I'm gonna check on something real quick. I got pinged a discard. I have to look at that later. But yeah, it's unfortunate because like I was kind of peaked. My interest was peaked as far as what the next Monster Hunter game was going to be. But I mean, let me put it this way: if I'm going to play another Monster Hunter game, I would definitely do another. I would play a completely different weapon from start to finish. I would probably play like one of the bow guns, like light bow gun, for example, just to do something completely different. Because before I just played strictly Insect Glaive for the most part, with the occasional like sword and shield, long sword, maybe even the charge blades here. But yeah, beyond that, like definitely like heavy, like light bow gun. Like I play light bow gun probably the second most compared to my my Insect Glaive, which that Insect Glaive is a lot of fun, especially in World. I don't know how 100% plays in Rise, but I did hear that it wasn't necessarily the best, and they took out some of the things that made Insect Glaive fun. I mean, I'd have to play it myself. I never played the demo just to see, but details. Colorless Bloodbait, 2 and a black for 2/1. Wherever it enters the battlefield, choose one, create a pest creature token, a 1/1, and then you draw a card, lose 1 life, or exile target player card. I can see this in a really good in a recursion deck just to pay 3, draw a card. Like that wouldn't be bad, or just exile something that's troublesome. Like Bodrotha would get a lot of use out of that, personally. At least that's how I would use it. But I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of games that are like coming out. Like Valhalla's or already out that people are like interested in. Like Valhalla's another one. I kind of looked into it, but I was like, eh. It seemed kind of interesting, though. I think what I probably need to do is look more into like the gameplay and stuff, and if check out the demo if there is one. But the weird thing is, there's. As much as all the games that I play, I've always seemed to gravitate the ones that people don't really like. Like there's a couple like growing up, and during my time in the Little Void, I ended up playing stuff like when I was younger. Like I played like the Mega Man X. That was my really older exposure to Mega Man outside of the Battle Network games, and then. Even the Game Boy Color Extreme games, which I think were like remakes of X. So all the X games. I was a big fan of Sonic because I had a Sega and all the Nintendo titles. So had some Smash. Played. I think I've gotten most of the Smash Brothers game. I love the platforms like Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, all those. Super Mario 64. Some of the Legend of Zelda games, though. I played mostly the the Game Boy ones. Because one thing... Ooh, Silver Quill Silencer. Choose a non-land card when it enters the battlefield, and then whenever an opponent casts that card with that name, they lose 3 life and you draw a card. That's kind of silly. And another Adventurous Impulse. Hooray. But, But yeah, like I play like a lot of the Sonic games and stuff like that. When I was had access to games and things, I remembered that I always like had to go and get up to do other stuff. just because people needed me for things and stuff like that at random moments. So I really never got a chance to have like a moment to myself to like dive into games hardcore, especially like the ones on the big consoles, like the TV consoles. So I oftentimes gravitated to like the Game Boy Colors, like the Game Boys for stuff, because I can essentially just pause it, put the game down, and then pick it up later, or pick it up when I was just on the go somewhere or on vacation or anything like that. It was just so versatile for me that it just made the most sense. So like, so most of the games I played were on that. So yeah, like the Legend of Zelda games, the Pokemon games, of course, were big ones for me. I've played every single generation that's been out, and I continue to do so until I can't anymore. Oh, another Dragon Girl Elite. Interesting. Oh god, I got a grape shot. I don't know if I like the artwork on this grape shop any better than I do the original, because the one I have is one from the Modern Masters, and it's foil. I don't know if I like this one any better. Huh. That's kind of cool, though. What's the foil? Oh, okay. Moldering Karok. It's a crocodile. Oh, zombie crocodile. After a while, crocodile. Goodbye. But yeah. So actually, let me just take a couple so I don't keep reaching in the box every single time. But yeah, like I played like a bunch of the handheld Legend of Zelda games. I didn't get to play A Link to the Past, and I still actually haven't beaten it, even though I own a copy like on my 3DS somewhere. But Oracles of Ages and Seasons were big ones. Link's Awakening was another one that I played, the DX version especially. Oracle of Ages and Seasons for the GBA is actually, I have a funny story with that. So when I first played that game, for those of you who haven't played it before, I actually, they had a system in place where at the very end of the game, depending on which one you used, it would give you like this code, and what you were supposed to do with the code was put the code into the second game under a new file, and then it would continue your progress off based on like the items you had and everything. Like you would basically be able to carry over everything. It was really cool. So it enticed you to get both versions, and I remember me and my cousin ended up getting both. One, I think I got Season, he got Ages. And Vamach's Lorehold. And not only Vamach's Lorehold, we have the full art version. Wow. The mini Narset. This thing is interesting. Like I was thinking about making a deck around this guy. I don't like the fact that he costs 7 is kind of throws me off, but the fact that he's like flying, vigilance, and haste, so he just drops off at the gate, and he's in red white, of course. That kind of kills it for me, but still, the fact that you can just attack, get top 7, pick a spell that's equal to or less than the mana cost of his that's equal to his attack, it's not bad. So, wow. That's 3 of the dragons now that I think about it, so we only need 2 more. That's the goal. We need to get all 5 dragons somehow. Full art, bonus points we get the full art version of Sadrix. Sake Veil, and then Decisive Denial. What's this do? Target creature you control fights a target creature you don't control, and then counter target non-creature spell unless the control plays 3. So either one or the other. Okay, that's fine. Wow. That was dumb. Anyway. Story. So, when I was playing, I beat Oracle of Seasons, and they gave you the code, which allows you to transfer the file over. I, being a lot younger, didn't realize that you had to put the code in the other game, and so I spent probably a year replaying the game multiple times, not understanding that fact that I needed to put the code in, until it finally just dawned on me. It was like, wait, does this go into this game? And then I was like, oh. And then I was finally able to go and play Ages with the new changes that they have, which the final, like, the final encounter and all the extra stuff that they added, because I had a strategy guide that was, like, following religiously when I was younger. So, for, like, all the secret stuff. So, yeah, that was definitely, ooh, body of research. Oh, yeah, create the fractal token that's equal to the amount of cards in your library, which is power and toughness. It's dumb. Oh, tendrils of, oh, no. Tendrils of agony. Lose 2 life and then lose 2 life and gain 2 life with Storm. Totally has no bearing as far as bad things happening in a competitive format. Totally a legit card that everybody should be using. Oh boy. Yeah, that was a bit of a funny thing. But yeah, so playing those games, probably a few others that I'm not thinking about. Like I said, Sonic was a big one for me. I played Sonic 1 through 3, including into Knuckles, growing up. And this was a combination of games that I had for bar, games that other people had that I borrowed. Because I used to stay with a relative that somehow got over to this world. And where they were at, they had there was a bunch of people in the neighborhood that were big gamers and such. So I would always hang out with them, and we would just play games and stuff like that. My fondest memory is probably when I was, I think it was around the time when the GameCube came out. And this was like during a summer. It was like during the summer. I think I ended up getting the GameCube. Like when I was off the visit for a vacation, and then Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, because that was like the big game that I wanted, along with a couple others. I remember we spent the entire summer playing through all of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and beating it to 100% completion. I remember we spent like 3 months. And then, like, the last 2 days of my vacation before I had to go back home, I ended up getting the last envelope through the Chow Racing, no less. That was an interesting one because, like, the last 2 were, like, Chow Racing related. And I remember, like, what was it? I think whatever the God Chow or the Ultimate Chows you can make, which, by the way, Sega, Nintendo, wherever Sonic game, we either A, need another Chow Garden, like a separate game in and of itself, or we need another Sonic game that has a Chow Garden in it. Like, Chow Garden was amazing. Oh my god, I love the Chow Garden. That was so much fun. But yeah, so I remember, like, during the Chow Racing, like, my Chow, I didn't know how to get, like, the Ultimate Chow. I eventually learned how to many years later, but I never did when I first got the system. And then I remember ending up, and maybe that's another game I'll replay. Maybe I'll play Sonic Adventure 2. I think it's on Steam. I can just use like a PS4 controller for it. That'd be really fun. That's actually a really fun idea. I think I'll do that. I'll put it on the list. But yeah, so I remember like we were doing the racing and my Chow was like losing horribly because the other Chow was just super fast. And then I only won and got the last emblem because my Chow but the other Chow tripped. Tripped right at the finish line, and then we won it. It was great. The rewards for it, though, was, I think you ended up getting, like, Green Hill Zone as, like, a separate stage, which apparently there was, like, so many rumors basically saying, hey, you can get Super Sonic in that game and play with him in one of the levels, and yeah, I looked up and down for guides for that, and that didn't happen. Ooh, what are the deans? Valentine, Dean of the Vein. Like, I love the fact that it costs 1 for what it does. What it's like if a non-token creature an opponent controls dies, exile it instead, and if you do, you can pay 2. And if you do, you get a pass token. And then what was the other side? Oh, there's another opt. Lisette, Dean of Root. with 2 and 2 green, and a 4/4. Wherever you gain life, you may pay 1. If you do, you put 1 more counter on each creature you control, and those creatures get trampled until the end of turn. I mean, it's fine. Valentine, but personally, I would just play the Valentine deck and with green stuff, and then that's it. Plus, like the fact that it costs 1 is great, and you just make tokens. Granted, it's tokens for 2 mana, but details. I'm sure. I think you could go. I'm pretty sure you could go infinite with that somehow, and then opt. Like, I have to ask, are there any games that you guys, like, remember back from your, like, childhood that you would super remember fondly? Or games that you just, here's a fun one. Guilty pleasure games. Are there any games out there that you guys absolutely, like, are probably, like, not great or not the greatest, but man, are they fun to play? Because I have a guilty pleasure game, which I actually haven't touched in a good long while. And it's probably about time that I play it again. Technically speaking, it's a series. I don't know how much, I'm sure most people here know or can play, or have played, or have at least seen stuff on Fire Emblem. Oh my god. Really? Valmachold, like, what was Lorehold? Really? You're just gonna give me 2 of them? Is it just the fact that any drag... Okay, so by this logic, every dragon that I've gotten the full art version. So by this logic, I should be able to get the Shadrix version too. Granted, I got the Shadrix version first, so I don't know how if I'm gonna actually get the full art version of that, but I just find it funny. It's just like, oh, here's the full art version. Oh, here's the regular version too. Because why not? Like, what the hell? Let's take the next little set of these things here. Yeah, next 4 is fine. But yeah, so for those of you who have played Fire Emblem, know it's a good game. I still need to beat Awakening. I probably need to replay it and then beat Awakening because Lucia is absolutely amazing. But I kind of, there's a game series that was out, and I don't remember how I ended up finding it. I think I found it on a whim after doing a bit of research on it. The game's called Luminous Arc. And boy, the game is not that bad, but it's bad. It's like a poor man's version, or like a wannabe version of Fire Emblem, because it's a tactics style game with like romance options and stuff based on all the characters that you can get. It doesn't have like the system where you can get like a whole bunch of characters and then they like die or anything like that. It doesn't have that system. It just plays like a tactics game. Probably closer to more like the advanced tactic game, which also is one of my absolute favorite series, and I kind of want to replay that series too. But like that game, like I said, you have like the dating sims and stuff like that. That's kind of in it as well, and it kind of affects how the story goes. More so in the second game than it does in the first, because actually, like, the main character can end up with like one of two main characters, and the story kind of changes and the missions kind of change towards the end of the game, depending. But the game is just so bad. The gameplay is not the greatest too, though I do like the spell system and things. It's just a poor man's version of Fire Emblem. It's just bad in that regards. But like the game, the storyline is relatively interesting. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's a lot of fun. Luminous Arc 2 especially has a special place in my heart, and that's probably my favorite of the two. Mainly because that game had the first and probably one of my favorite character portrayals done by Christina V or Christina Venezuela. I adore Christina V. She's like one of my top favorite voice actresses. And she does such good work. And she's doing so well for herself now, the fact that she has a whole series where she plays Ladybug. And oh my god, and I have one of my besties loves Ladybug. She does good work. But she played a character named Sadie, who was like this super sassy, immortal mage. And that was the big thing too. Like, the story style of the games was basically like you had the human society and you had the society of the mages / witches, which conveniently enough they all happen to be girls. And there was always like a conflict in between the two, or they were kind of like on steady ground, where like one side was very cautious of the other. That's more so in the first game, because the witches were considered as like evil, quote unquote, based on the religion that was in the first game. But the second game, they worked together, but it was on more It was more on like, okay, we know you're through there, and we're not going to bother you, but you stay away, we stay away type of deal. We'll only interact with you when we have to. But yeah, that was super interesting. Like, but all the characters that you create, like they had like all the main characters all had like different elements, and they all played differently depending. Like, you had the water mage, who was more of a healer. The fire mage was doing more damage. The earth mage in both were like the attackers, and and all the earth mages do like some serious damage, which I thought was really cool. But yeah, the gameplay for it was, like I said, it was fine for a tactics game, but as a kid, I replayed that game so many times. I think I actually played that for stream, at least the second game, because the second game, and the funny thing is, each game is meant to, more so the second game than the first, the second game is meant to be played multiple times, because depending on your actions and what you do, and there's like a whole, what is it called? Like a love system in place, where it's just the more you use the character in battle, and just do stuff, or like do their like little missions during the side of stuff, and vanishing free. And then another opt. The more likely, like, you can like get their special ending towards like a certain part of the game, and you can only get, I think you can only get one or maybe two special endings per playthrough. So through one playthrough, you had to like play it multiple times, which I did, and I've gotten all the endings for each character. I don't know. It was like the game just had like a really funny charm to it. And like I said, the game is bad, and I know like I should just play Fire Emblem if I want something of the same, with better and more complicated and harder gameplay. But like, it's so stupid. It was so dumb. And I like the theme of just like the different witches having, or the different characters like dealing something else. Plus the characters were just dumb too. Memory serves correctly, I think both games had voice acting, and the voice acting was just bad, bar for certain characters. Other characters, they were just amazing. And kind of going back into the second game with Christina V, I remember getting my copy of the DS version of, I think it's the only version of the game come out. What am I talking about? I got my DS copy of Luminous Arc 2 signed by her, and I remember her saying that was the first voice actress role that she ended up getting for that game. So that game kind of has a special place in my heart, more so because of that as well. Accomplice Alchemist. Tap and get a mana, and then tap X mana for each amount of life gained. Okay, I can see that. Ooh, Day of Judgment. Just destroy all things, but the artwork is better than the other Day of Judgment. Personally, if I'm going to have one of these cards, like, I personally would like, ooh. So that's what the Blood Avatar looks like. For a 3, that's awesome. Okay, I'll take that. So I'm hoping for a Teferi's Protection. That's still what's on my list outside of the Shadrix, but I've gotten so much good stuff with these packs that it's not even funny. So, I mean, shrug if I don't get them. But yeah, that's definitely, if I had to say, like, a guilty pleasure game for me, that's definitely one of them. Another game that's not so, give me a second, just clearing out something here. Okay. Another game that I definitely want to go, and I'm going to play it for stream eventually. I think if I can find a way to play it, I'm going to do Lumina's Arc 2 as well. But one game that I definitely want to go and play for people, and I haven't decided if it's just going to be a game series that I'm just going to solo play by myself. There's probably going to be more later in the year because it is technically a horror game, quote unquote. So, granted, the series is huge, and I doubt I'll be able to finish it, all the games, in like a month sitting. Like, we're going to be at it for a while. Unless I can just get through, like, the things, like some of the puzzles and stuff relatively quickly. The Zero Escape series. Okay, the red white snarl. Nice. Fury Calm Snarl. I like the name of that. We'll go right into my artifact deck, or whatever the other deck that I decide to do, and then Infuriate, and then Pilgrim of the Ages. So, nothing super crazy here. What's the Pilgrim of the Ages do? Enter the battlefield, you may search for planes, put it to your hand, and then pay 6, return it to the graveyard, to your hand. Okay. So, nothing groundbreaking there. But it is a foil. That's kind of cool. I like the Snarls. The Snarls are basically you have to reveal one of the lands from your hand, and then it comes to play untapped. But if you don't do it, it comes to play tapped. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. A lot of loreful stuff here. But yeah, the Zero Escape series is definitely one of the series that I want to desperately play for you guys. Outside of the Worlds is with you, which again, that's definitely happening before the end of July. But Zero's Escape especially, like that game, and I'm glad that a friend of mine had recommended to me because she had played through it, but said that it was like extraordinarily hard to get because the DS version was, when that came out, like nobody traded that into like a GameStop or like the novelty stores, and unless you like wanted to pay an arm and a leg for it, it took like it was hard to find. So when I was super stoked to get my copy of it, and I still have it to this day. Oh my god, the game is, that game probably has some of the best writing that I've ever seen in a game. More so the fact of just the twists and turns, how they did the characters, and being almost like a murder mystery kind of Saw-esque game. It definitely set the atmosphere. It kept you on your toes. And it plays like so the game plays like a visual novel of sorts. You have different paths and things like that as the events go on. And you have to do kind of things in different ways to be able to get the true ending. On top of that, the game is, like I said, the game has a lot of, like, escape room-esque puzzles. So, like, do different objectives in the room that you're in until you clear the room and are able to get out. Like, it's, oh my god, the game is just so good. Uvadia, Dean of Perfection. I'm probably butchering the name. I actually read about this. This is the one where basically you exile something from your hand, and then you get to put a home counter on it, and then cast it. But it costs 4 less. And then Sorry, which is when it being your upkeep, you exile the top card, and until you end your turn, you can play that card, or cast spells from the exile pile, and then you can spend mana of any color to do so. And then whenever you play a spell from exile, it gets a 1/1. So, not anyone I would particularly use, but still, another Divine Gambit, though. Yeah, neat. Next set of packs. We're going through this a little bit quicker than I thought it was going to. Yeah. But, big one, but yeah, so... This, like I said, it's a big mystery as far as what happens, and it does it through all 3 games. Like the first game when I first played Zero's Escape, it blew my mind, just as far as like how good the writing was. Like you just couldn't tell how things or figure things out. And the sad part is, and it's probably because of me, the game just. like this, the game always throws me for a loop. Like it follows like these 3 rules that I've kind of learned in the game. I'm not going to share with you now because my ruling only works after the first game. It's a kind of a spoiler in that regard. So, and that game predicates on you not knowing anything about the series or the games or how they work. So, but yeah, it's just the story and writing is just phenomenal. All 3 games. In all 3 games. That's the crazy part. All 3 games. Like, and I will argue that while I wouldn't necessarily say every single game gets better, per se, story-wise, because all 3 games are, they aren't connected. That's all I say. Like, I don't want to, again, the story itself, talking too much about the story will spoil the story. So, all the games are kind of connected. Or, they like I said, they are connected and then they're not in a certain way. But, like, for me, like, the first game blew my mind. The second game, once I kind of had a footing as far as what to expect, I did my damnedest to try to figure out what was going on, and I still couldn't figure out what was going on. The game still threw me for a loop. Kasmina! Okay, so Kasmina Enigma Sage. This was the first card from the set that was spoiled. The fact that you get all of Kasmina's ability, all your Planeswalker gets Kasmina's abilities on top of their own, is kind of stupid. I would more say that this is more of a thing for like the scry portion, just if you can't really use any of the other abilities right away. She's kind of a niche commander, but like in a dedicated Planeswalker deck, I think she's pretty good. I played the Firstborn too. Nice. Just getting all the mythics here. What the hell? And all the full art mythics that I've gotten are like really good, so I can't complain on that either. But yeah, like, first game for Zero's Escape, absolutely amazing. Blew my mind. Was determined to get down what was going to happen to be able to figure it out before anybody else, before I got to the end. Second game, nope. Went over my head. I was looking at completely different ways as far as how this thing was going to go. Didn't work out. I hated it. Third game, I was determined, once again, to try to go and figure shit out. And oh my god, that game had so many twisted turns. I will say, though, the third game didn't hit me as hard as the other ones. But as far as some of the revelations, it broke my brain again. Because everything that was there, that's the crazy part. And this is also something about good writing. Another lesson. I hope, like, I had to read some of these lessons. Like, discard any number of cards and draw that many cards. Then if you are 7 or more in your graveyard, create a 3/2 spirit. Some of the effects are kind of like, about these cards, which is unfortunate because lessons actually a really cool idea. Basically, you play one card to get another card so you have more maneuverability, almost like having like an extra sideboard of sorts. Again, I don't know how they're going to work it into Commander, or if they even are going to work it into Commander, but none of them are powerful. The lesson cards are that powerful for them to really have to worry about that. So I don't know. But another elemental expressionist. Ooh, Harmonize. Oh, look at that. I'm going to put it a little bit closer. Look at the artwork. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the artwork that they have in Dragon Age 3, or Dragon Age Inquisition. Like, I'm reminded of that kind of, like, old painting, almost near, like old painting style that they had going for it in 3. I keep calling it 3, but it's Inquisition. There's no 3 in front of it, but still. Ooh! Rush Rebirth. Choose target creature. When that creature dies this turn, when that creature dies this turn, search your library for a creature card with lesser mana value, and then put it onto the battlefield tapped. Interesting. And it's a foil rare. I don't know what would I use that for, but neat. Artwork on that's pretty cool, too. Witherbrew students learn to see death, not as tragedy, but as opportunity. But, But yeah, so all in all, the Zero Escape series was just great. Though there was another series that was made by the same developer years later. AI God, what was the AI Somnus? That's what it was called. AI Somnus. Also follows in that same vein of kind of like a puzzle game. Though that one was more... No, it still had like almost like it was a different take on like the style game that Zero's Escape did. The storytelling was still also really good. I will say, though, I think I psyched myself out a little bit more because I thought they were going to do things a little bit similar to how the first game did. Again, not going to get into details. Or the first trio did. So I think I put my expectations too high of what to expect. And for what it was, it's still really good. I probably would put... So let me say this. So if I had to rate all 4 games, even though all the games are not necessarily... The AI Somnus is not interconnected with that game. It's like its own separate franchise. Of the 4 stories, that one was probably, for like all the twists and turns, was probably the weakest. But the weakest in a line of stories that has some of the best story writing that I've ever read. So, like... It's still like a diamond. It's like, you know what? It's the equivalent. It's like getting the bronze in the Olympics. It's not the gold, but you're still in the goddamn Olympics, and that's the way I consider it. Like, even though AI solved this story, I consider it the weakest, and maybe that's not even the right word to use because all the stories are good. I think there was just other factors that just kind of made me not like the story as much. I don't know if I'm explaining this right. So, yeah, I guess I could just say my strongest or weakest story. But, like, yeah, of the 4, the AI Somnus has the weakest of the stories. But, again, 4th place in the Olympics, if there was ever such a thing, is still 4th place in the Olympics. So, like, all the games are just phenomenal from that director. I still can't believe, and this gets me to this day, when after Zero Escape 2 came out, which is called Virtue's Last Reward, because people, I think it did well in Japan, but it didn't do well in the States, so they weren't ever thinking about doing a sequel. Project Bluebird was like a Facebook petition to have a 3rd game of the sequel to kind of close it out, maybe even to have it close it out the series, come out, and it was met with like overwhelming amount of people. I think we ended up getting like 40,000, maybe more. I haven't looked. I think I remember when I was looking at it, it was like within a couple of weeks, we had like 40,000 people who advocated, yes, we want this game. So, sure enough, a year later, they said, hey, people wanted this, so we're going to make another sequel to Zero's Escape. And boy, that was it. That was a sequel. That was a sequel. It answered that was a good sequel. For a 3rd game of the franchise, it was just okay, another Fury Calm Snarl, another strategic planning. Nice, and a treasure token. Need more of these. Oh my god, like, need that game. Like, so love that game, and I want to hopefully kind of not only relive all that stuff myself, but be almost like a bit of a storyteller to this game. And kind of like make it more interactive. I want to say, like, I want to get people, like, other VTubers, maybe do this of like almost like a collab series. Get VTubers to go and play the series with me, do some of the voices for the characters, and then just, I don't know, like, just to see what their reactions would be like, because, like, the game, like, if somebody out there, or you guys are out there, are advocates for playing, like, puzzle games, and, like, ones with, like, deep, intricate stories, with, like, a lot of twists and turns, and you'll never know what happens next, like, Zero's Escape is the game. Just, oh boy. Just expect your brain to break. But, like, as a writer, I super appreciate their level of storytelling that goes into it. Again, can't talk about too much. Ooh, counterspell. Ooh. The Hand of No is just counter target spell. That's awesome. And it's cool to see that the counterspell is actually at a rare rarity. Even though it's like more so like more uncommon. If memory serves me correctly, I think it's uncommon. Ooh. Okay, so we're like halfway through the box. Nice. But God, man. I know this is a pack opening stream. And we're not really talking much about Magic, we're talking about other games too, but I don't think it's a bad thing talking about other games. While we're doing packs. I mean, not the... Okay, I saw a 404 card. I don't know what it is, I got a glimpse. This is going to be an interesting one. Hold on, let's kind of go through the motions here real quick. Field trip. Field trip. I'm kind of curious now. Like, what foil did I get here? It looked like it was a 404 card, unless I was mistaken. I thought I saw something shiny. All right, so the rare Poet's Quill. Okay, whatever. The thing, it's definitely. I see it. I can see it on the side. It's definitely. Oh God, it's something. Lightning Bolt as the rare. The foil full art card is... Oh! Oh, look at that! Holy crap! Where's Clyde? I don't know if Clyde's still in here, but oh my God, Clyde! If you go and watch the the VOD for this, it is definitely nice. I like that. Again, kind of going more into that art style. I guess all of them are more like that, or more or less like that art style from Dragon Age Inquisition. Look at that! Oh my God! I wish I had a deck to put that in. That looks really good. Wow! Like, what is with all this? God damn it! What's with all these pulls? Oh my goodness, that's awesome! Like, I'm getting like so much good stuff from this. Yeah, but do I have any? Now that I think about it, I'm trying to think. It's like I want to talk about like what we're actually doing here on top of just other game stuff too. But I will say this is a fun idea. This is a fun idea because I was a little bit hesitant about doing a kind of a stream like this. Just where you're like opening stuff. But this is a nice kind of little thing, being able to talk with people. And just like open some packs and stuff like that. Just doing something that's a little bit mindless. Talk about some cards and the interactions and things. And just being able to chat. Like, I need more streams like that. Because that's definitely one of the reasons why I got into the community. Is just to meet new people. I mean, we're kind of in a Pestilence Cauldron. 2 and a black for an artifact, and then tap and discard a card, create a pest, pay 1 and tap. Each opponent mills cards equal to the amount of life you gain this turn. That's kind of dumb. 4 and tap, exile 4 target cards from a single graveyard and then draw a card. Interesting. And then the other side, Restorative Burst. 3 and 2 green for a sorcery, which return up to 2 cards, lands, or planeswalkers from your graveyard to your hand, and then each player gains 4 life from that, and then you exile it. Wow, that's packed. It's not anything special, but it's packed. So I can accept that. And then another cultivate, Literally just let me replace the art from like the other cult cards just with better art. Not all of them are better, per se, but then it's Sunny Break. But yeah, I really hope that I can play more. I hope I can go ahead and have a chance to go and do more Magic stuff, because I think that's just something. That would just be a lot of fun. Like I said, and again, meet new people. Like, that's, again, literally the reason why I wanted to go and do more VTubing. Like, I wanted to have an outlet to not only be able to create some stuff, unique to me, like just a writing, kind of use it almost like as a way to motivate myself to do more artistic stuff, whether it be writing, drawing, all that other stuff. But then also just to be able to meet other people and just come up with just stuff. Like I've seen like so many VTubers just like have a lot of fun just not doing collab but with their own works. And a lot of people just do some really cool stuff. So it's Accomplished Alchemist. Oh, got a new one here. Gift of Estates. 1 and a white for sorcery. If an opponent you controls more lands than you, search your library for up to 3 Plains cards, reveal them and put you in your hand and shuffle. I've never heard of that card before. That's interesting. Well, it's mine now. But I've always had a respect for just what the VTuber, especially when I got into VTubing. Like, even before, long before I decided to want to actually be a VTuber, because that wasn't necessarily something I wanted to do, per se, until later. Until I actually got to talk with some of the VTubers that I ended up following. Like, big ones are like Milk Che, Honeydew, few others, Oxbow Ryan. All of them, those guys are a bit of an inspiration, because like, just seeing some of the games that they're playing, the fun that they were having, it was nice. It was nice. And I had streamed before in the past, so it's just like, why not? So we'll see what happens. And I've never been one to worry about, like, doing anything, like, super crazy. Like doing something to get the most views or anything like that. Like, no. That's kind of a thing that just, if it happens, it happens. And I would just lose my mind trying, if I constantly worried about, like, how many people were following me, just all the numbers and stuff that were related. Like, if I was doing this as, like, a full-time job, sure. That makes sense because you want to make sure that you're relevant and stuff like that. And then, but you also be able to pay the bills. Like, which, with an ever-changing thing, I can imagine how stressful that can be. So, in that kind of way, I can imagine myself being a little bit more worried about that. But I mean, if I'm doing this just to be doing it, then why? I'm always the advocate of, with the amount of followers that I've gotten, I've completely blown away my own expectations for what I was going to get. So, like, the fact that I have as many, and the fact that they actually care about what I'm doing, as far as the content that I'm putting out, granted, I'm not doing as much as I'd like, but hopefully that will change eventually, but just kind of mix this up a little bit. I'm just hoping that, not hoping, but, the fact that I have people that actually watch my stuff and I interact with, both VTubers, mostly VTubers, I'm quite content, if I'm being honest. Because, I would have never expected to get the amount of the people that are following me that I am right now, on both fronts. And I gotta look at it like this. And this is going back many, many ways. And I'm not necessarily going to share those videos, because this is a long time ago, but there was a point where I did have a Let's Play channel. Long time ago. And I ended up, by the time I ended it officially, I had almost about 100 videos. All games and such, or just talking about just random things. What was on my mind, just thoughts and things like that. All of that, I think I ended up at 94 videos. Ended up completing a couple games on that channel too. It was cool. And I think I remember not getting a lot of views or anything like that. I was kind of okay. No, not necessarily. I think I did kind of, get myself down a little bit more. Granted, I didn't do networking as well as I did, because I don't think I was on Twitter around that time, or other the social medias where I could promote my stuff all that much, but, I don't know. I wasn't, I think there was multiple factors kind of went into it, but even still, the people that are able to get the amount of views that they are is, a godsend. So, I think I was too worried about that, and I ended up disappointing myself. But that was very minute as far as why I ended up quitting. There's a lot of other factors that were going into it too in my own personal life that I had to stop. But that was something that I always missed, and I'm glad I'm kind of doing it now with like these type of streams. Sparing Regiment, 2 and a white. When it enters the battlefield, learn, and then whenever you attack, put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature, and then untap it. Interesting. Okay, so nothing crazy. Shock, another shock, and then Beaming Defiance. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Interesting. Kind of like how that looks. I like that artwork on that. But yeah, when I was doing VTubing now, when I started VTubing, I kind of thought back to all those videos that I did, and I was just not going to worry about it. I was going to put out stuff when I was going to put it out, promote stuff when I was going to promote stuff, and then see what happens. If people like it, and found it, then and it's like one person, good enough for me. That's way more than I'm expecting for people to do. Not to say that any of my stuff is bad or like downing myself or anything like that, but I shouldn't expect people that, oh, because I made this, you should officially like it. No, it doesn't work like that. A lot of factors I imagine going into this type of thing, especially if you want to get more viewers and stuff like that. And if I wanted to, I could probably work at it to like do all these promotions and stuff like that to try to get more viewers and stuff, but I mean, it's, Like, I'm perfectly content with what I'm doing now. So, if anybody happens to come along the way and I get to meet new people, which I have, I've met a lot of new people, I'm content. I am very content with that. Ooh, Double Major. This is a good card. And there's another full art one back there. Oh, well, the other full art. I don't know if there's two. I think there might be two. Copy target creature spell you control, except it isn't legendary if it's legendary. Still gotta decide if I want to do a clone deck. That was the other deck I couldn't remember. I made a clone deck. Basically, I just play your deck. It's actually a Scarab God. It's Scarab God. It's a Scarab God clone deck. Basically, the way you play it is like you just have your regular clones, and then when your clones die, they make more. You just use the Scarab God's ability to get them back. And apparently, and I love this combo. Whenever the Scarab God, because traditionally, for those who don't know, when the Scarab God uses his ability and gets a creature card back from the graveyard with it, you can steal your opponent's creatures, of course, from the graveyard. But when you do a clone, it comes into play as a copy of the clone. But then the clone ability activates. So it comes into the copy of whenever you want it to. So it gets around the fact that it's a 4/4. In the off chance somebody decides to circumvent that and you get rid of the creature that you're trying to clone, it still comes in as a 4/4. So the clone won't die, which I think is really cool. So there's some really fun synergies you can have with that. Plus, all the clones will come in as no, they won't come in as zombies. So you really won't be able to use the first ability unless you're stealing stuff from other people, which you can still do. And there's like some like everybody mills. So basically, you can kind of you have like all angles of the battlefield to where you can take like whatever is in your opponent's graveyard if it's a really good creature, or if you've killed it or made them mill it, or you could just clone whatever the best thing on the battlefield is. So you're hitting multiple fronts. It's just, oh my god, that deck's a lot of fun. Like, I'm thinking possibly rebuilding it or just keeping it, but I have a weird deck building style when it comes to, or a deck building theme when it comes to doing those type of doing my EDH decks. So like I have an old overarching story, which I might actually like try to type up at some point in time. Like that would actually be kind of fun because I kind of have a ongoing theme with my decks. Keiandark the Substance. Oh, right. This is the one with the Sunny Counts Re-Exile cards. Not the biggest fan of this one, but it's not bad. It's a thing. Also has an owl on the back. Look at that owl. Owl looks good. And Revitalize is the card here, with Tenured Inkcast as our other foil. But, God, I lost my train of thought. What was I thinking about? That's a good question. What was I thinking about? Somebody play the tape. Play the tape. Oh, yes, themes. But yeah, I have an overarching theme. Like I have a story that kind of takes place like after War of the Spark, where my character as a planeswalker is like, it just talks about my character as a planeswalker, which I actually came up with the concept and is a character that's based off of one that's in a book that I'm writing. I actually might change it up a little bit and have it like full on its own character rather than just be almost like a carbon copy. That way, no, I won't spoil anything for my story, but just to do something different. Oh, okay. So Fervent Mastery. I think this is a card that was on my list, kind of. 3 and 2 red for a sorcery, and you may pay 2 and 2 red rather than paying the spell's mana cost. And if you do play the 4 mana, an opponent discards any number of cards, then draws that many cards. And then you search your library for up to 3 cards, put them in your hand, shuffle, and then discard 3 cards at random. Okay, so like advanced gamble. That and the cultivate. Neat. Alright. So we're definitely getting down to the wire with these packs. I mean, these other ones have been going on. They're kind of just like, yeah, they're here. They're a thing. So like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we have like 6 packs left. So, so we're at 11. So we're nearly done. Nearly done. Let's put this over here. Okay. But yeah, like every character, like I get, like I had picked a commander for a very specific reason, which makes me very inconsistent when I decide to go and chase the decks around because I'm not like 100% happy with them. Though there are other decks I want to try building at some point in time. Though one in particular, I'm probably going to wait to build until the new Innistrad set comes out. I still can't believe we're going to Innistrad for the 3rd time. Not to say that let me say this. I do not mind them going back to other old planes. I think it's cool. There's a lot of stuff and storytelling that can still be done and a lot more things you can learn. I almost feel like it's a little bit too soon. Granted, when was freaking Battle over, like, what was the freaking, where was the second version of Innistrad out, though? Like, maybe 4 or 5 years or so? I don't know. Maybe it is the right time, but I will be happy that we go back to Innistrad. I'm just hoping a certain spirit cleric will get another rendition of their card along with a certain human soldier, because now they're fused. Like, here's the thing. When the second Innistrad block came out, and I read up, I was so ecstatic for the idea concept against on the Order of Saint Traft, because the Geist of Saint Traft was one of my absolute favorite cards of all time, and is one of my favorite legendary creatures of all time. I had a deck for the longest time. I took it apart when unfortunately I ended up losing like some of the super rare cards for it. But I've always been on the lookout to one day rebuild the deck, because I love the Geist of Saint Traft. Even though the deck wasn't good, I just like the card and I like the character. However, when Shadows over Innistrad, that's what it was called. I probably said it already too. When Shadows over Innistrad came out, I was hoping that we would get another version of Saint Traft to just use a culling ritual. 2 black and a green for a sorcery. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana cost 2 or less, and then you gain a green or black for each permanent destroyed this way. That's actually really stupid. That's really stupid. That's a good board wipe, even though it's for like less creatures, but you just get rid of all your tokens and you get a bunch of mana for it. If you don't have like an altar or one of the altars or anything else, sack outlets that get you mana. Putrefy, not bad. That's interesting version of Putrefy. Huh. She's just like, no, zombie, leave. You do not belong in this world. Neat. But yeah, I was hoping that Shadow over Innistrad would have like another version of Saint Traft. And like when we found out that like she possessed, like Saint Traft, the spirit of Saint Traft possessed Thalia, who was a character I was kind of interested in already, just because I loved like the artwork on her card and such. Her becoming the next, like this idea of like these vessels for Saint Traft. Like I was hoping that we would get a version of Thalia that was like reflected the fusion between the two, and but we didn't. So it made me kind of sad. I wanted to make it more commander focused rather than Saint Traft, which was really good and is probably still good in like 101 commander and was really good and might still be good and I think is still good in like modern, maybe legacy. I don't know. I haven't seen Saint Traft in any like the legacy deck. Granted, I haven't kept up with modern or legacy in forever and a day. So who knows? Who knows? But yeah, my hope was that of another version of Saint Traft would come out, and I'm still holding on to that hope with us going back into Innistrad. Like, it would be really cool if we got another version of like a fusion of Saint Traft and Thalia's abilities together to like make something new. Like, lore-wise, it would be amazing. Ooh, dramatic finale. That's a cool one. I love the artwork on this. Like they're just doing a play. So creature tokens you control get +1/+1, and then one or more tokens. When one or more non-token creatures you control dies, create an Inkling token with flying, and it can only be used once per turn, which is unfortunate because, like, I don't think the effect would have been overly broken. Well, maybe not. If it did it for like each, like, you know, like, yeah, I guess I can kind of see why they limited it. Like, could you imagine if, like, it was, like, unrestricted? Like, whenever a creature dies, you get a token, you get an Inkling token. And then that happened every single time and for each instance of death. Yeah, that's fair. I understand. I don't want them to, but I understand why they did that. Oh, my goodness. It's almost 5 o'clock. We've almost been doing this for 4 hours. Like, it's been a while since I've done a long stream like that. Silver Girl Silencer, so I got another one. Nice. And, ooh, Inquisition of Kozilek. Not a card I would personally use, but it's a good one in Modern. I think I have used it in Modern before, during the Eldrazi winter. That's kind of cool. I like the depiction of Kozilek there. To dwell within the blind eternities is unthinkable. To encounter those who do could shatter the mind. And boy, do they shatter the mind. I hope, I am curious to see if Emrakul is going to make a dramatic return when we go back to Innistrad. Because that was, like, I will say, like, that was one thing that kind of bothered me a little bit. Having the Eldrazi appear on Shadows over Innistrad wasn't bad. I'm totally fine with it. The part that I was kind of up a little bit about was the fact that they did it literally directly right after Zendikar Battle of Zendikar. Like, it was too soon to end the Emrakul threat. Like, if we had did another remake of Emrakul's now, and kind of like fused the two stories together, like between when Battle of Zendikar and like now, that would have been a perfect amount of time in my mind for us to have, like, Emrakul pop up. And then just do the story as is, with, like, maybe some minor changes. I mean, then again, I wouldn't play the War of the Spark, per se. Well, I don't think it really mattered that much anyway, because I don't think Innistrad had too much of an effect, bar, like, a couple of things. I think that's when Shadow over Innistrad is important, because that's when, that was the second to last Demon Lord. And that's when Liliana joined the Gatewatch officially. So, but again, they could probably have changed the story around to where that didn't happen. And then tempered by the Orkwin. Interesting, but there are possibilities. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Alright, so we have... So, 3... 4, 5, 6. I think there's 6. Yeah, we have 6 packs left. Down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. The packs here, the last set of packs of this kind of, not the greatest in the world. But, I mean, considering how good the first pack was, like, Come on. Like, I'm not complaining at all. Of course, there are things that I have, like, on my wish list that I did get, so I'm happy about that. And there's things on my wish list that I haven't gotten, which, I mean, I might get the single, like, I might end up getting the freaking, if I don't pull them, I might just end up buying, like, if I don't get Shadrix, I probably will just buy it outright. And if I don't get, like, Teferi's Protection, which I really want, because I had a copy of Teferi's Protection, and I sold it because I didn't think I was going to need it, and then I was like, yeah, that's actually a really broken card, I kind of need it. And I didn't get it. I got it out of the Commander deck, too. So, whoops. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Killian? Oh, Retriever Phoenix. This card was interesting. I thought that was kind of cool what it does. But it has the lure mechanic kind of attached to it, which is kind of meh. Ooh, Duress. I had a couple of copies of Duress. And then Flunk as a spell. Target creature gets X minus X until end of turn, where X is 7 minus the number of cards in that creature. Oh God. What's the flavor text on this? I assure you, no one fails my course more than once. What? That's not horrifying at all. But yeah, this set, and then now that they're coming out with the new Innistrad set, like that, I'm like super hyped for. And this set didn't really, and this set didn't, I'm kind of lukewarm, I guess, about it. Because don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of stuff in here that I really like. And I love the fact that there's a set that's based around mages, like a Call of the Mages, almost like Harry Potter style. But, like, I guess I don't know what I was expecting, per se. Like, overall, like, the cards are super solid. There's a lot of fun stuff that you can get/do. So I'm definitely not complaining. Solve the equation. Search your library for an instant or sorcery card, reveal it and put it into your hand. Okay. Alright, what is this next one here? Videoplex. And then Divine Strike. Nice. Alright, final four. I think after this, yeah, I think because we're almost going on like 4 hours, I think I'm definitely going to go and like call it stream. But definitely get something to eat because I only ate very light things before streaming actually starts. And I've been drinking nothing but water and tea. So yeah, I'm definitely overdue of getting some food in my belly. But to all of you who are here, like, thank you so much for popping in, even if it's just for a little bit. Like, super appreciate it. I know that there's not really any gameplay or anything like that going on, but I still appreciate you guys being here nonetheless and just listen to me babble about Magic and just other things. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, Flunk again. Accumulation of Studies. This is a card that I kind of want to play around with. I don't know if I want to do anything with it. Because like it makes you exile cards, and then the exile cards don't do anything after; they're just gone. I've never been a fan of like exiling cards unless you can get them back somehow. Doomblade, that's interesting. Not gonna lie, I saw the word D-O-O, and like Doomsday, but that's not bad. The artwork on that's not bad. Like, I didn't think, but I was like, I don't remember if Doomsday was an actual card here or not. So, I mean, But yeah, I've officially gotten, like, almost all the dragons except for, like, the green-blue one, which I'm kind of like, to. And then the red-blue one. Which, that's also not a bad one either. The red-blue one's dumb. Which is instant sorcery shenanigans. Don't know if I would build a deck around it, though. If I'm being honest. Like it's like I said, it's too focused on artifacts, which is not a bad thing, But I already have an artifact deck that focuses on artifacts, so I don't need my Spellslinger deck to focus on artifact too. It does make it to where your artifacts can be casted a lot easily, and you can get a boatload of mana depending on how things go or how you do things. But still, All right, looks like we have a foil, Retriever Phoenix, and then the next thing, Whirlwind Denial, and then no foil. Okay, that was foil. All right. The last two. A part of me wants to go ahead and let's save. I'm thinking, because I did both sides already for the last two, I'm going to do this one first. And then do the one that has my Killian here. Or somebody, if that's not Killian, from Silver Quill. And just hope for the best. All right. Let's see. But yeah, like, doesn't look like it didn't get every card per se, but I got most of them. And more than anything, that's what matters to me. I like that Inkling Summoning. Like, a lot of fun cards, a lot of useful cards. Even the ones that don't necessarily come from Strixhaven themselves, lore-wise, like the Demonic Tutor and the Time and the Time Spell. Like, whoo, that's good. Elite Spellbinder again. Okay, and then we have Village Rites, and then Merciless Transformation. Okay, and another treasure token. Nice. All right. Woo! Last pack. Here goes something. Let's hopefully get some luck here. Think I might see a foil, so this might be the way to end, a good way to end. Hopefully this ends on a good note. Assailant, Mage Duel, Essence Infusion. Pillar Drop, Rescue, Burying Books, Blood Age General, Pest Summoning, Bookworm, Reconstruct History, which is another good card, Alchemic Dispute, Magnum Opus. Ironic this being the last pack of all the ones that I bought. So 6 in a blue and a red for an instant. Deals 4 damage divided up to any number of targets. You tap 2 permanents. You create a blue 4/4 red 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. Draw 2 cards. But then you could just pay 2, discard it, and then get treasure. Getting a treasure token. I don't know. That's weird. So, God's willing. Target creature you control gains protection from a card of your color of your choice until end of turn, and you shrine one. That's really cool. Like, look at the artwork on that one. Just like the soldier being kind of protected by what seemed to be some kind of god or goddess here. Like, your fate is in the hands of this thing. And now, it looks like they're foil, and it looks like it's a it is a archive card. For the moment of truth. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's Claim the Firstborn. Yep, Claim the Firstborn. Just foil Claim the Firstborn. Alright. And that's it. We're done, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! We did it. We did it. Almost 4 hours of opening packs. Holy crap. My God. Honestly, that was actually a little bit more exhausting. Because at the very least, with the card, with the card opening, with the card opening and things, like, it wasn't anything like super hectic and stuff like that. But I don't know, maybe because of the fact that I hadn't eaten yet, I'm a little tired after doing all of that. But I've done 4-hour stream before. I did it with Skyrim with my premiere. Which, now that I think about it, after today, this is 3 weeks. this is 3 weeks of me doing VTubing stuff. So after next week's streams, it'll be 4 weeks, a whole month of me being a VTuber. Not so much as a VTuber as far as like a personality, because I've been doing that since the beginning of the year, but my actual debut, streaming, I've been doing this for a month. And I think it's awesome. That's awesome. Definitely came pretty far. Like I said, doing way more than I expected myself to with doing this. So, but that all comes to you guys. So thank you. I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. My goodness, almost 4 hours of this. Whew, boy. But I'm still, like I said, there's a couple of cards that I didn't get, which I wish I did. But considering the fact that I've gotten what highlights? We gotten like the time warp, we got demonic tutor, we ended up getting 3 of the dragons, 2 of which was the full art version of them. We got Exodus, which is a commander that I was looking forward to trying to play around with if I got it. Like, this is a good haul. Like, not gonna lie, like, this is a really, really good haul. Like, sure, yeah, was I missing the other 2 of the freaking Elder Dragons? Sure. But, I mean, I got 2 full art versions of 2 of the better ones. So I'm like, can't beat that. Oh my god. And almost all of the Planeswalkers. Like, the only one I didn't get was Professor Onyx, which I kind of wanted because I wanted to see if I could abuse her in some way, shape, or form. But if anything, I probably would put her into my Planeswalker, my Aminato deck, my Reanimator deck. Just because of the fact that she could, like, dump stuff into the graveyard. Granted, beyond that, she doesn't really do much. Though the deck does play a lot of instant and sorceries, hilariously enough, because there's not many creatures. There's, like, only, like, less than 15, 16 or so. I think, no, less than 20. There's, like, less than 20 creatures, and the other 40 are between, like, spells and then instants or sorceries. So, like, I can imagine getting some good use out of doing that. Yeah, like, God, this pulls are good. I was hoping also to get, like, the black-white land, too, but I can always just pick that up later at some point in time. Yeah. Good pulls. Good pulls. Woo! Hopefully I can go and download the other version of this game. Hopefully I can download the other version of, download my VOD for this stream once it fully uploads, and then hopefully be able to post it and such. But who knows? We'll see. Like I said, if not, I'll just post this version of what's going on and just do a little disclaimer as far as what we pulled, all that other stuff. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get any of my, like, reactions to everything, but I mean, what are you gonna do? I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to call stream. Because holy crap. Give me a second. You're going to hear like a lot of rustling and stuff like that. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to get to my keyboard here. There's so many packs. Got like 2 boxes. I haven't done that in a while. That was so much fun. Like, maybe when the Innistrad set comes out, depending on like what's in it, I might do this again. Like, I might do this again for Innistrad. Just because it's Innistrad. And like because the Innistrad block is has a very special place in my heart, because again, that was like the first set that I was exposed to outside of like Scars to a minor extent, because like I started literally right when Innistrad came out. So I was super stoked. Like, so anything Innistrad related, like the lore, everything like that, that's great. I'm hoping that because we're going back to Innistrad, we finally get a freaking proper werewolf commander. I know that's weird to say, because werewolf isn't necessarily the best tribe, but I was hoping to get a good werewolf commander, because I love werewolves. Like, that was a cool concept. And that was also a deck that I ran back in the like way in the past. So being able to like play a werewolf deck again would be kind of cool. And they had like a proper commander, like somebody from the lore, Tovolar. Give us Tovolar. Give us a prop like Tovolar as a commander, and we'd be set. Like have him have a really good ability, and then we'll be good. I don't know. That and of course Saint Trap. Give us a proper version of Thalia, Saint Trap mixed together, or just give us Saint Trap in some way, shape, or form. Like I need that in my life. But yeah, so I'm gonna call stream. Thank you all so much for watching. For those of you who are lurking that didn't really talk, that's cool. I'm always for that. Like I said, I like to keep my streams nice and comfy and such. Let me go ahead and post my links here. This has it set to my Twitter and also my YouTube channel, which I go and post all my VODs and other little funny videos there as well. I have a running series called Gacha Hell, which I'm probably going to maybe do another episode for with the Genshin coming out. So on Wednesday, but we'll see from there. It's going to be more like a Gacha Hell within the stream, but I'll just do it as a separate episode. But yeah, I do like gacha rolls and stuff like that, and basically that's it. Just trying to do more other things as well as time goes on, but we'll get there. I'm still trying to figure things out as my VTuber stuff. I imagine there's a lot of VTubers out there that are still trying to figure out their brand and what they want to do and bring to the table as well. But yeah, so I'm calling it here. Want to see if there's anybody I can raid here. We have 2 people. My buddy Kaden is actually streaming. And it looks like Tori Daiga is streaming too. Kaden's not a VTuber, but I did raid Tori last time I was streaming. Or one of the last times I was streaming. So I think I'm going to do Kaden. Kaden doesn't stream too often, but she does some streams here and there. Wonderful soul to go ahead and talk with. An absolute doll. She is one of the coolest, chillest people I have ever had the pleasure to met, and she's like con mom. Like she does and helps out with a lot of like organizing stuff for conventions and things in the past, and she makes it sure to take care of everybody that's there. So I consider her. I haven't gone to a con with her, but if you guys have ever gone to a convention, anime and video game convention, you know con moms or con dads, and they look out for and they try to look out for you. So she's definitely cool people. So we're gonna go ahead and forward that over to her. For all of you who are still here, and I will catch you guys later. VOD will be out within the next couple of days, and schedule will be out in the next couple of days as well. But most likely than not, Genshin will be next week. I don't know what we're gonna do for Saturday, but we'll find out. I'll figure it out. Until then, guys, take care. Have a good one. Be safe.